What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Redriveraviation. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day today. And today we have the full trip of the Daytona Beach trip from July 22nd and 26th of 2021. I hope you guys are excited for today's video. And with all that being said, let's begin. This video will include all the videos from the Daytona Beach trip in the one huge video. You can find chapters below throughout this video if you're looking for a select part of the trip to watch. Also, feel free to check out the full Daytona Beach playlist for all these videos individually. This video is intended for anybody who did not get to watch the trip in its entirety. If you have seen all these videos, don't feel obligated to watch this full video, but if you do choose to watch all these videos here, I really appreciate it. With all that being said, we're not going to waste any further time and get into every video one by one throughout this trip. I hope you guys enjoy. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Redriveraviation. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day today, and today we have the first video of the Daytona Beach trip from July of 2021 for you guys. I've been so excited to share all this content with you guys, and I really hope you guys are excited as well. Today we'll be doing the check-in vlog at Tulsa International Airport from July 22nd, 2021. For in-depth explanations about all the content that will be coming from this trip, feel free to check out the trip announcement video that came out earlier this year. But nevertheless, let's get it rolling with the first video of the Daytona Beach trip. In this video, we'll be checking in at Tulsa International Airport for our flights today. We'll be driving over to Tulsa from my house, getting in the parking garage, checking in, going through security, and everything in between. With all that being said, let's get into the check-in vlog, everybody. Alrighty, everybody. What's going on, everybody? Hope everybody's having a fantastic day. July 21st, 2021. Really at a loss for words for what to say right here. Not in a bad way. It's just really weird to be in such a situation where I still don't feel very good and trying to make something happen. Little nervous, but I'm hopeful that it goes well. We'll just have to see what happens, but nevertheless, praying that it goes really, really well. So this should be the start to the Daytona Beach, Florida trip real life video series. So I hope you guys are excited for that. I have absolutely no clue when this video is coming. Maybe in the fall sometime. Honestly, I had no idea. I can't predict the future right now, but it should be here at some point. So hope everybody's excited for this. Got a really early day tomorrow at Tulsa and with the family and everything. I don't know how much narration I may or may not do. Live narration, I should say. Voiceover, of course. But in terms of live narration, I'm not sure. But wanted to give us the update. So I should have put it on my computer, but I already packed up my computer. But nevertheless, really excited for tomorrow. Hopefully it goes really well. But we have two flights tomorrow. We got the American Airlines 1572, 737-800 from Tulsa to Dallas. That trip report will be coming after this video. And then we'll have the American Airlines CRJ 900 flight, which will be from Dallas to Daytona Beach, AA 5452. So, like I said, little nervous, but hopefully once I get my groove going, everything will fall into place. Man, I'm really eager to see how this goes. I don't even know what to say. I'm nervous, but at the same time, I'm hopeful. Like, this is the final kickstart that I need to get going again. So we'll just have to see how it goes. Like I said, really early morning, at least for my standards. We're rolling out of here about 5:30. So like I said, I don't know how much narration, commentary, that sort of thing that we'll do tomorrow. I'll probably do one sort of little update and then maybe something at Dallas. We'll have to see, but like I said, it snuck up too. It went so fast. It's crazy, but hopefully we're in good shape. I'll do narration for whatever we end up flying and all that sort of thing because I'm not sure, or like I said, I already packed up everything, and I feel like the narration process will be better when Future Condor is editing this in probably 5 months or so. That's a solid guess. I'm usually pretty good with those guesses. I took a guess on one of Citrus's videos. I was like, this video is probably coming out in early May, and it literally did. So I'm going to take a guess that we're probably in the ballpark of, I'm thinking November or December. I'm very confident with that. So I'll put the date on the screen and we'll just take it from there. But nevertheless, I hope everybody's excited. Let's get into some narration about what we're getting ready to do. Some check-in at Tulsa. I think there's some new exhibits up and everything. I don't know how much I'll get to see, but nevertheless, another thing on the American check-in, I will go into that a little bit because I kind of didn't really go into that on the Dallas Phoenix. The check-in process was good. Pardon me. They gave me an option to check bags, which is something that didn't come up on the last one. I'm not sure if this was a COVID-19 precaution, but really, really cool option. So the whole family and I did take advantage of that, and that will make us a little bit easier on the process. So yeah, really excited for that. And I'm nervous in a good way. Hopefully, I'm just really hopeful once I find the groove we get cooking here, but. Hopeful. Definitely will film some on the way to Tulsa International Airport, even though this isn't charged to check in. I've already spent 4 minutes on this, but practical information nevertheless. So yeah, we'll get ready to rock it tomorrow, guys. Excited, hopeful that everything goes well, but we'll just have to make it happen, everybody. So yeah, hope everybody's excited, like I said, and we'll take it from here. I'll see you guys bright and early in the morning, and hope for the best. Let's do this, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. It's about 5:16 a.m. on July 22nd, 2021. To be quite honest, it wasn't quite as bad as I thought it would be waking up this morning. I mean, obviously, it's your typical 5 a.m., but not quite as bad as I thought it would be being sick and everything. I still don't feel great, but what can one do? Nevertheless, I think we're about to leave here in about 15 minutes or so I'm already dressed and everything and getting ready to go here. So I know it's pitch black on the phone, but there is a little bit of light out here, unless if it's facing the wrong way, which is not, just making sure. But there it is, a little bit of light. As you can tell, you can kind of see trees. But anyways, we're about to get this show on the road, so wish me luck. And yeah, typically this isn't a luck thing, but I'm hopeful that goes well. We do have a couple of cool planes at Dallas on jet tip, at least for the moment. I looked at last night, but the new Boston Red Sox livery is still scheduled, which is awesome. I think we got America West, PSA. There was one other though. I thought, oh yeah, Reno Air from Tampa as well, at least for the moment. I'll check on the way there and record anything if anything significant happens. But just for some B-roll and everything and the voiceovers, I probably will anyway. So yeah. Let's get started, guys. Hopeful that everything goes well. We'll just have to see how it goes. So yeah, I'll see you guys here in a few minutes.
So as you can tell, I was pretty tired, but I was still very excited nevertheless. Me and my family left the house at about 5:45 a.m. and made our way over to Tulsa International Airport. It was a beautiful July morning with clear but hazy skies. I enjoyed the ride over to Tulsa International Airport with this beautiful sunrise. We made our way to the main parking garage at Tulsa International Airport and had a nice walk to the check-in area for American Airlines. The check-in area was busy with plenty of summer travel. Check-in was a breeze as that process was complete within 15 minutes. We then made our way up to security, which also went by quickly as we made it through within another 15 minutes. We didn't have much time to spare, so I wasn't able to do much plane spotting, unfortunately. As we made our way over to gate Alpha 9 where American Airlines Boeing 737-800 was for our first flight, it was really cool to see United Airlines using gate Bravo 2 for their 5th overnight flight the airline had during the summer period, which is something they have never done before to my knowledge. The last time gate Bravo 2 was used at Tulsa International Airport was by Frontier Airlines when they flew CRJ-700s and Q400s to the TUL back in the late 2000s before they left the airport and eventually returned in 2018. I sincerely miss those days, but it is a really cool piece of Tulsa International Airport history to say the least. And just like that, it is already time for our flight to Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport on the American Airlines Boeing 737-800. We will pick up with that trip report next week, so be sure to stay tuned. I'm so excited to get on board the 737-800, and I hope you guys are excited as well. I'm sorry that this was a short check-in vlog as I wasn't able to film a ton since I was with my family and didn't have much time, but I hope you guys still enjoyed nevertheless. I'm so excited for this trip. Let's do this, everybody. See you guys on the trip report on the American Airlines Boeing 737-800 to Dallas-Fort Worth. With all that being said, I would like to thank you guys so much for watching. My name is Redriveraviation. Take it easy, everybody. Stay safe, trust the process, do what you love, and love what you do. My name is Redriveraviation. I want to thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys soon as Redriveraviation is signing off. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Redriveraviation. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day today, and today we have a trip report on the American Airlines Boeing 737-800 from Tulsa International Airport to Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport on July 22nd, 2021. I hope you guys are excited for today's video, and with all that being said, let's begin. I have just arrived at Tulsa International Airport. I have checked in and made my way through security. Overall, this was a fluid 30-minute process as I am flying with family today. We are currently making our way over to Tulsa International Airport's A concourse where American Airlines hosts all their flights here at TUL. And just like that, it is already time to board our American Airlines Boeing 737-800 November 804 November as AA Flight 1572 was serviced to Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. I'm so excited to get on board, and let's do this. Welcome to seat 25F on this American Airlines Boeing 737-800. It is a beautiful early July morning and a perfect day to fly. Panning into the cabin right here, we have some sufficient legroom as we can see here in the main cabin, the 737 safety card, the new Oasis seating configuration, which is interesting to say the least, and I'm really excited for today's flight. Also, huge thank you to all of our ramp employees for being awesome, but my window is broken, which was unfortunate to say the least.
Taking our way to the Dallas-Fort Worth International. Should be a nice ride, quick ride, 45 minutes, we'll get you there as fast and safe as possible. Also, even though the CDC has issued a guideline for the fully vaccinated individuals, federal law still requires each person aged 2 and older to wear a mask that covers their nose and mouth at all times during the flight, including boarding and departure. Refusing to wear a mask properly.
Let's push back, everybody. Be sure to stay on the lookout for the full pushback and engine start videos that will be coming out very soon. We had a rather simple taxi to the active runway today. We took taxiway Juliet all the way up to Juliet 1 before holding short of runway 18 left for our departure today. Let's take off, everybody. Be sure to stay on the lookout for the full takeoff videos that will be coming out very soon. Let's do this. remarkable takeoff. Let's climb to our cruising altitude of 22,000 feet. As you can see, we made an unusual 90-degree turn to head west. This is not common for DFW departures. I'm assuming we did this to stay out of some sort of airspace, but I'm honestly not sure. I'm definitely not complaining about this superb view of downtown Tulsa though. Despite the unusual course, we finally made a left-hand turn to head towards Dallas-Fort Worth. I was so excited, and what a beautiful day it was to fly. Absolutely amazing. Here we go with the seatback contents. We have the 737 safety card. This is the October 2019 revision, which is not the most common. It may be a little more common now, but it was still super cool to see this. It has been a little bit since I've flown a 737, so maybe that's why. But safety card looking very good right there. Then we have the air sickness waist bag. That's also looking nice. Great to have that. Then we have the in-flight entertainment and information manual if you need any help with getting Wi-Fi going or any of that fun stuff. Man, I miss the American Way magazine. This was the first month that it was removed for, I believe, or it was somewhere during 2021, but still super sad not to have the American Way magazine. But if you need to connect to Wi-Fi, get all the movies going, as we'll see here shortly, this was the perfect place to do as such. Looking very nice. And here's a more in-depth look at our seat 25F. As you guys can see, we have a pretty good amount of legroom here in main cabin. There is the power outlet as well, the pocket for all the seat back contents, the safety card, and the waist bag. Here's the tray table. Personally, I think it's a pretty solid size, not bad at all, and there's the little cup holder groove right there as well. Panning up, we have the USB port. This is a nice part of Oasis, probably the only pro in my opinion. There's a nice window right there as well. Here's the device holder, very good for a tablet that's about the size of 7.5 inches, anything up to 10 inches. Very nice right there indeed. And then we have the literature only pocket, looking really good. Not a bad seat at all. Very nice. And here's a look at the aainflight.com menu. This is where you can have all your entertainment and all that fun stuff, as you guys may know after connecting to the Wi-Fi on board the aircraft. This first screenshot's kind of the home page. Crazy to see how short this flight was. It was literally like 35 minutes. Unreal. And then of course you have all the respective tabs. On this tab we can see the flight pass, the music, and the subscriptions. The flight pass, in my opinion, not to rip on American, but I do not think it's worth it. I think 12, well, okay, let me rephrase this. I think it's worth it on some flights, but not many. I think it's only worth it on maybe 2 to 3 plus hour flights. I don't think that's worth the average flight, which is usually anywhere from an hour to 2 hours. But maybe I'm wrong, but if you really need to get something done or anything like that, it is $12, so there's that. Then you have free Apple Music. That's also really nice. I am a user of Apple Music, pardon me, so this was really nice to be able to utilize this in the air, so that was awesome. And then the monthly plans, these I do believe are worth it, especially if you fly multiple times a week. And the 2-device plan was really cool as well. I mean, if you want to have your phone and your computer going all at once, that is a really nice plan. As you can also see with this screenshot, you can log on to aa.com and take a look at flights, gates and times, airport lounges, cars, hotels, AA Advantage, anything that you would need to know on their website as well. So that is very nice. So looking really good. Let's get back into the flight. Take a look at these remarkable views. Goodness. To complement our unusual takeoff at Tulsa International Airport, we also had an unusual landing at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. We came in from the northwest and made a slight left turn to line up for runway 13 right at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. This runway is used pretty often, however, only for northwest bound arrivals from the cities of the likes of Seattle, San Francisco, Portland, Denver, etc. The Tulsa flight always normally lands on runway 17 left, 17 center, or runway 18 right, and my previous trip reports from Tulsa International Airport to Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport can definitely back that up. Rarely will you see a Tulsa International Airport flight landing on runway 13 right. Despite all this, it was still such a cool experience to be able to land on runway 13 right for the very first time. I was definitely a little confused on why I only saw grass till the final approach, but it definitely made sense once I figured it out, and I was very excited to say the least. Anyways, let's jump into the conclusion of this flight as we approach runway 13 right at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. I thought American Airlines did an excellent job with this flight. Even though it was uneventful inside the cabin, I still had a great time following our unique flight plan and observing views and landmarks I normally would not get to see on a usual TUL to DFW flight. The crew was awesome, the seat was nice, and the experience was satisfying. 25F on the American Airlines Boeing 737-800 is a solid seat in the main cabin, and I would recommend it to anybody flying an AA 737-800. Stay on the lookout for the full landing video when that comes out. Anyways, here's the landing on runway 13 right at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Enjoy, everybody. Welcome to Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. I am so excited to be back. Our gate today is Alpha 22 in the Alpha Concourse. It will take a few minutes to taxi across the airport, but let's do it. After a decent taxi duration, we finally made our way to gate Alpha 22 in the Alpha Concourse. Here's our arrival into gate Alpha 22 at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Thank you guys so much for watching this trip report on board the American Airlines Boeing 737-800 from Tulsa International Airport to Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Stay on the lookout for in-flight videos from this leg of the Daytona Beach trip along with all the upcoming legs as well. Thank you so much American Airlines for an amazing flight once again, and I am so excited to share the upcoming flights with you guys as well. Also, don't forget to check out the full Daytona Beach trip playlist so you don't miss any videos from this trip. With all that being said, my name is Redriveraviation. I'd like to thank you guys so much for watching. Take it easy everybody, stay safe, trust the process, do what you love and love what you do. My name is Redriveraviation. I want to thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys soon as Redriveraviation is signing off.
Electronic device falls into your seat. Please do not adjust your seat and contact a crew member for assistance. If you are seated at an overwing exit, result in a fine. The safety card in your seat pocket explains the safety features of this airplane, including the location and operation of exits and flotation devices. But of course, don't hesitate to ask our crew members questions. This airplane has 2 exit doors in the front, 4 window exits over the wings, and 2 exit doors in the back. Take a moment to locate the nearest one, and keep in mind, it may be behind you. All door exits have evacuation slides to use in the unlikely event of an emergency. When directed to exit, jump onto the slide and move away from the airplane. In a water evacuation, life rafts are located in marked fueling compartments. All exits are clearly marked with signs and opening instructions. If needed, exit path lighting in the aisle will illuminate near the floor to guide you to an exit indicated by signs and lights. In the event of an emergency, leave all belongings and proceed to the closest usable exit. If needed, oxygen masks will drop from an overhead compartment. Remain seated with your seatbelt fastened and pull the mask down to start the flow of oxygen. Place the mask over your nose and mouth and put the elastic band over your head. Pull the straps to tighten and breathe normally. You should always put on your mask before helping others. Oxygen is flowing even if the bag does not inflate.
holders are stowed for landing. Flight attendants will be walking to the cabin, picking up any remaining items you'd like to discard. Of any items you threw in those seat back pockets, retrieve those at this time and pass that on forward to the flight attendants. Do remain seated with your seatbelts securely fastened. We'll be landing soon. Welcome to Dallas, Fort Worth. Make sure those device clip holders are stowed for landing. Flight attendants will be walking to the cabin, picking up any remaining items you'd like to discard. Of any items you threw in Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to be first to welcome you to the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Local time 9:07. We'll take our captain in a few moments to taxi the aircraft to the gate. Please remain seated with your seatbelt securely fastened, keeping the aisle clear of all carry-on items at this time. Once we do park at the gate, the captain releases that seatbelt sign. That'll be your indication that it is safe to get up and move about the cabin. Do check around your seats, especially that seat back pocket for any tablets, cell phones, or other items may have dropped in there. When opening those overhead bins, do take extra care, as heavy items do have a tendency to shift during the flight and could possibly fall out. We'll be arriving in the A concourse here at DFW today. Concourse A, Apple, Gate 22. Dallas-Fort Worth is your final destination. Baggage claim will be right across our arrival gate in the A25 baggage claim area. You are making a connection. We will have passenger service meeting our flight momentarily with most updated gate information and connections. Also, ladies and gentlemen, you may use your cell phone and Google your flight number, AAL, and your flight number, and that'll give you connecting gate information for your connection as well as using AA.com. On behalf of your entire flight crew this morning, we'd like to thank you for choosing to fly with us here at American Airlines. Have a wonderful day here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, or wherever your final destination may be. Have a wonderful day and stay safe.
Everybody, welcome back to Redriveraviation. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day today, and today we have the layover vlog at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport from 9:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. on July 22nd, 2021. I hope you guys are excited for today's video, and with all that being said, let's begin. I've just arrived at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport after coming in on an American Airlines Boeing 737-800 from Tulsa International Airport. Be sure to check out that leg of this trip if you haven't got a chance to already. Nevertheless, I am so excited to be back at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport this morning, and I have numerous goals during this layover. We arrived at the A concourse at DFW. My goal for the layover was to do some awesome plane spotting on the Skylink at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. I was also planning on getting some lunch with my family as well before we take it over to Daytona Beach. Alrighty guys, so here we go with this layover vlog. Super excited to get into this today. I hope you guys are excited as well. So this one wasn't ideal because obviously I was not feeling well, but keep in mind that the next one coming up is miserable. It's going to be like a 5-minute video, but we'll talk about that more in depth at a later time. But this is going to be the really packed one, so I hope you guys are excited for it. So on this layover, despite not feeling good, I was still able to do a ton of plane spotting, and it ended up being really good. So it was a 3-hour layover after coming in on the 737-800. Like I said, feel free to check that out. But what we ended up doing was going around on Skylink just once, which was probably plentiful, but I really should have went another time, but I didn't feel good. But regardless, we'll go around Skylink once. I'll fully commentate that as per usual, as we got used to with these DFW layover vlogs. So I'll fully commentate that, take a look at all those awesome assets and airplanes. There was a lot of good stuff, by the way, so excited to get into that. Then following that, I did some spotting from the North B entrance of the Skylink. There was some really good stuff. So I didn't end up filming a ton of clips. I was just focused on the spotting and everything. So I think what I'm going to do for different is I'm actually just going to run you guys through with on the SD card. I think I'm going to start doing this so you guys can kind of get an understanding of what I got to saw with the pictures, since I'm not able to film everything. So I think I'm going to run through the SIM card and just show you guys the raw pictures. So I think that's what we'll do there. And then I also had lunch with my family, so I'll kind of talk to you guys through that despite not having any footage for that. And it'll be time to go on to Daytona Beach, but there's a lot of material here. So I also want to apologize if I don't sound great. I'm recovering from COVID, unfortunately. So despite all that, though, super glad to be making this today, and I really hope you guys are excited for it. So we're going to get on board the DFW Skylink and head around, and we got some awesome stuff on the Skylink, so let's get into it. Alrighty guys, welcome aboard to the Skylink here at gate A34. We have the American Airlines 787. Reminds me a lot of the thumbnail AS also got from the Skylink and about that same position, which is really funny. American Airlines 737, and we'll see a ton of mainline aircraft. We've seen this many times, but it never gets old. Some more 737s. There's a 321 right there. I believe we came in the A22, so ours is coming up as well. But a nice assortment of aircraft. All the 321s really surprised me at Dallas. I kind of forget how many made it in with the new schedule. There's our 737 right there, looking really nice. Right there, I'm sorry, that one, I got a little confused. And then we have our fair share of A319s, A320s, and all that stuff, fun stuff. There's another A321. They are hanging out everywhere, aren't they? And then we have a nice variety here. We will see some specials coming up, which will be nice. There's our first Neo of the day. Miss the 757 so much, they would park at this gate right here, A15, flights to Eagleville, Los Angeles, San Diego, and such, things like that. So really, really cool. Just a little side note back there on the GA ramp. I don't know if I zoom into it or not. I probably should have regardless, but here we go. I think I get ready. There we go. We have a nice variety of GA aircraft over there as well. Some Challengers, and it looks like there's a Learjet too. It's a little far, so I couldn't really tell, but also really like the pink pushback tugs that we also see here. Those are really nice. So, and then these DFW stops are about, I would say, about a minute or so, usually somewhere in the range of 45 seconds to a minute and 15. So regardless, though, it's a nice easy process for people to be able to get on and off the Skylink, so it works pretty well. And man, I just got to give a huge shout out to Skylink, man. It provides some of the best views in the United States for spotting. I mean, it's amazing. Looks so nice. Hey, look at that. That's really cool with the pilot. I'm not sure what he was signaling down there to the ramp agent. I just now noticed that. I did not notice that. That shows you guys how sick I was. I'm really glad I got that on camera, though. That's really cool. But yeah, that was rather interesting. Goodness, these 321s have invaded DFW, man. I forgot how many there were. Absolutely incredible. Well, we're not seeing a ton of those Sharklet ones like that one right there. I think that was 909 Alpha Mike, but looks really good. And yeah, just a typical DFW summer day. Obviously, it was awesome that I was there, but nothing too crazy to this point. But here we come over here in the Terminal B. This is where American Eagle parks, obviously. Variety of Mason 900s and Envoy 175s. Really hoping for some special liveries perhaps one day, but for the moment we just have a ton of 2013 livery regional jets, which is perfectly good. So here they are, a variety of them. They never get old in my opinion. They look really nice. They're going to carry the fleet for many years to come indeed. And then yeah, the Terminal E extension piece, I didn't go down there on this day because again I didn't feel great, and kind of getting into that since we have a moment here. If you guys do not remember, this was unfortunately during the sequence of recovering from mono that I went on this trip. Despite not feeling good, it was still pretty good, but unfortunately I was not at my peak to say the least. So just like I am recording this right now, but honestly mono was definitely worse, but this is only day 3, so who knows if it's going to get better or worse or something in between. But you guys know I grind, so that's what we do around here. Looks like we have a Mesa 900 out there, maybe a Skywest 700, kind of hard to tell from this angle. It's probably a Mesa though. But yeah, it's a really nice setup. I really like these 3 gates right here, B30, 34, and 36, I think. It was something along those lines, or 32, 34. It's really cool to see that angle of those 3 900s all the time. I think it looks really nice, and it's always fun to see that awesome lineup right there indeed. There's a little hairline crack right there. The only reason I noticed that is because of inspecting aircrafts on pre-flight during my flight training. That's the only reason I noticed that, but kind of something to always take a look at. But here we go, another Mason 900. I don't know if there's going to be a PSA one in this frame or not. We'll have to analyze, but sorry about that. But yeah, plenty of Envoy 175s looking very nice. Looks like we have an Atlas and a China 747 cargos back there, so those are nice. And as we've talked about, Envoy 175s have invaded the top middle area now, and then, well, we haven't talked about this part, but the Envoys have invaded that middle part now, and then here is the main line. They are back. 737 right there, got a CFM 320 or 319, pardon me. But I really like the main line down here. It looks really good. And there's Terminal D, of course, looking phenomenal. I wanted to spot out of the Grand Hyatt, but I still think it's under construction. But I need to ask about that. I most certainly will before I go back to DFW, when hopefully that will be. But looking really good. And again, sorry that I'm a little short of breath here. Not from COVID itself. I think it's more so just the recovery. But regardless, 737-800 out there, also looking great. And just a lineup of aircraft. Also a ton of aircraft over there at the American Airlines hangar area, and there's the West Tower as well. I think it's really cool that the West and East Tower both look almost identical, which is very cool. They look really, really nice. Really want to get an American hangar like that one day. The gray build, as you guys saw over there with the nice logo. The one I have's fine, but I feel like if we build one like that, that would be really cool. But here we go with the 319 right there, looking really good. Can't see tail numbers the best. There's 741, that's what it is. Another 321, absolutely incredible on all of these 321s. Here they come, as you will. Quite a few 737s as well. They are always at DFW. That's nothing new, but they're really nice to see. Here's the couple of RJ gates here at the end that can't hold the main line, so that's why they got in there. But packed DFW summer day. There was a lot of people moving. It was very busy and a lot going on. There's that really cool piece right there that connects B and D. And speaking of Terminal D, here we go. Nothing special over here. Usually there's whether it's a heavy or a mainline aircraft or something, there's usually always a special hanging out right here. But just some mainline aircraft for this pass through. Looks like we got some 737s and some triples as well. But over here at this portion of Terminal D, this is where domestic flights will park. I flew out of, I think it was D. I want to say it was that one on the edge right there. I think it was D like 34 or something. I'm sorry, it was like D38 or 9. I can't remember which one exactly. But when I flew to Nashville back in 2019, I may pop a card for Tripport, I may not. But yeah, that transitions us into the next clip here, heading through Terminal D. And here we pop out right here. I cut that out. That was a pretty smart choice. Japan Airlines 787-9, looking awesome as always. Really glad to see it. There's our first special of the day. We got PSA over there at the Terminal D extension piece. Now I believe this was the first time I saw it fully operational, which was super cool. So first off though, we'll get that Japan 789. Man, my focus sucked. I was not paying attention. But Japan looking awesome down there. Excuse the focus, I was focused on the pictures. We also got our old livery Sun Country 737-800 as well. They have a lot of seasonal Mexico destinations during summer, so that's you tend to see more Sun Country during summer here at DFW. But the main star of the show, I definitely want to check this out next time I'm at DFW or whenever I get a chance. How about the Terminal D South extension piece? This looks awesome. There's a lot of great pictures on social media of the inside. It's a really nice facility. And here we go with a variety of American American Airlines mainline aircraft, 2 737s, an A319, and the PSA A319 as well. I got a really good picture of that. I didn't get it in focus. I apologize. But a really nice lineup. The apron's really nice. I feel like it's going to be a really nice extension there. It's an interesting place to put it. What I think they should do is use it for international flights more so, but until Terminal F's built it, 4 gates is 4 gates. I mean, it's kind of like saying that $30 is $30 on a model wise. I think you guys understand what I'm trying to say, but 4 gates is huge for American. That's a lot of slots. Speaking of which, here's a 787 for American -9 variant hanging out on the F hard stand, which has still not been demolished yet, thank goodness. But when Terminal F starts building, they will demolish that. I'll be eager to see if they'll kind of evenly distribute all the planes to go elsewhere, if they'll build a new ramp or what they'll do. But really nice lineup right there. And again, sorry for filming down so much. Once you hold the camera up for such a period of time, it's just a natural instinct to just put your hands down and just rest till we get over to the other side. So that's kind of why I do that. So yeah, I apologize in advance about that. But yeah, to get to stare at these hairline cracks and scratches and nicks and dinks, so looks pretty good. But we're almost already over to Terminal E, and we have some good stuff over here as well that you guys will be seeing here momentarily. Probably lifting up the camera at any time, I would think. I don't know why it took so long, but yeah, really nice lineup right here. And speaking of which, here we go. This is where SkyWest parks their CRJ 700 for American Eagle down here. Fun fact, this used to actually be the US Airways gates down here, and I think somebody else may have had a couple gates down here too. They could have been vacant back when Delta had this as a hub. That's very possible. If anybody knows for sure, please let me know. But probably something like that. Speaking of which, look at all those Spirit A319s. Absolutely incredible. They are back flying now, which is awesome. And I think there's actually an Envoy 135 over there at the East Satellite. I think there was 858. I'm pretty sure. I'm not completely sure, but now I'm moving over. I may have got off to get Envoy. Yes, I did get off to get Envoy. That was a smart choice. So I got off only to get to see the Envoy 135 down there. I'm pretty sure. I don't think there was something else coming in. Maybe there was. But yeah, I think I got off to see the Envoy 135, which was a good choice. So yeah. Really nice floor here at DFW as well. This is at the Terminal E South entrance for the Skylink. And there's quite a variety of granites right there, so that's really cool. Okay, so it looks like I was, yep, okay, so I think it was this one right in front of us. Obviously, the angle's bad, and I'm sorry about the focus, man. I don't know if my phone broke or if I just refused to click the focus button, but, yep, there it is. I'm pointing at it right there. I actually may have commentated this. Let me check. Alright, guys, what's going on? Waiting for the Skylink to pass. November 858 Alpha Echo, right there, getting ready to go to Waco. Come on. Well, nevertheless, there she is. We got some nice photographs. There's the full Spirit A319 fleet. We have a crowns right here. I need to get a better angle. First thing I'm going to do is I'm waiting for Skylink. I just wanted to get a good picture of 858. And another SkyWest one. 754 EB, you've seen it many times. So now, actually, let's try to get one in the back. Alrighty, so here we go. We are back on the Skylink as we speak. Here comes the 737, and as you guys know, I definitely am really excited to do some more variety in the future, but I think this is our third DFW layover vlog, and man, there's just so much mainline. It's incredible, and that's not a bad thing, just how it works sometimes. Here's some Spirit 320s, got crowns or rainbow livery, whichever one you'd like to call it, along with the Banana 320 right there, looking really good. A321 taking off. Oh, I forgot about this Old Frontier livery. I believe that was, not sure which one that was. That was like a moose or something. Very cool. I forgot I saw that. And here comes a variety of Delta A220s. I believe just all 100s. I don't think I saw a 300, but the A220s never get old. They're a really nice aircraft type. Really excited to see what's to come for the Delta A220 fleet, no doubt about it. Some more A220s here as we speak. There's the Boston Red Sox A320. Big W right there. Was super excited to get to see this. Got some really nice shots of it. This is my first JetBlue special in a while. Like, not like different normal tail fins, pardon me. This is my first like legit JetBlue special in a long time. can't think of the last one I saw, to be honest with you guys. But Boston Red Sox, keep in mind this is the new one. The old one was around for quite a while, and then they just recently repainted that a couple months before I saw it. So big W right there. Was super glad to get to see that. Again, I cannot remember the last time I saw a JetBlue Legit special, so that was really, really cool. I'm sure I have, probably been a while, but really, really cool to finally get to see a nice JetBlue aircraft. So yes, Boston Red Sox. It's got the cool gray SATCOM box as well. That looks nice. And then once again, just a huge thank you to all of our ramp employees. I just can't help but notice how hard they grind down there on the ramp, especially in this July heat like it was on this day. So thank you to those guys. Very much appreciated. And all of our aviation industry ramp crew and gate agents, pilots, all that fun stuff. Dispatch, you name it. Maintenance workers. There's so many. Speaking of which, getting back on track here, we have some 175s here for United. There's a 737-700 in the Continental Globe. Honestly, it reminded me of the NG model. It looks, the NG one just looks so good with all the aerials and such. Really, really nice right there. Now, here we go. Let's talk about this. Pardon me. So, down there on the south side of C, that's the renovation that's going on. They're getting ready to do a big expansion to it. It's a long-term project, but they're starting with the south side of C, adding some better facilities in there and getting it prepared for such. So it looks really, really cool, and it's going to be really nice once they get that going. So that's why some of the gates down here, including C39, 7, 5, and actually 6, I'm sorry, they kind of go a little bit out of order sometimes. Looks like about 4 gates down here that were off limits for now, so but it's going to be worth it, trust me. So it looks really good. Here we go with some main lines: 319, 321, 737, 800. There goes Spirit there in the back as well, and going for a little idle stop right here. Looks like 315 Papa, pardon me, I can't see it. Regardless though, I think I may have been on one of those, something like that. I think it was 305 or 6, something like that. Oh, that's a red tip too. First red tip of the video, surprised. Here comes some intervals as well. This is typical DFW summer. We go until about 9, 10 o'clock. This is for home base too. 9, 10 o'clock in the summer, and then the intervals start developing. So yes, here come the intervals, and that goes for a lot of places during summer. But yeah, really nice Delta lineup as well. Again, 320s prime position there, so that's kind of how she goes in that regard for sure. Again, sorry for filming down so much. I'm going to try to improve on that, at least keep you guys somewhat level, because that was definitely pretty mediocre indeed. So yes, but here we go, continuing on here. 319, that baggage door was just kind of open, but not really, so that was interesting. 321, here comes some more Sharklets. We've kind of slowed down on other aircraft, but that's because we were at the other terminals, of course. 319, another 321, so we do have our fair share of Sharklets as well. Here's a 321 too, and then we got a 319 back there in the back, another 319S taxiing out. I probably have more in my airport updates than what I should, but they're really cool aircraft. Here's a dual pair of 737s. Busy DFW morning indeed. It's so weird to see more Airbuses than Boeings. It's just so weird, but that's kind of the American fleet now. So, but all the LUS that's invaded DFW is just rather incredible to me. It blows my mind. There's so much of it. Like and even the regional jets too. Yes, there's quite a few 145s, 175s, SkyWest 700s, but I mean, all the Mason 900s is very impressive. Crazy indeed. But yeah, got our fair share of filming here, the seats and such. That's definitely something that I've got really good at throughout these videos. Getting the camera fixed up there. 321, 319, and yeah, not many specials, which is really surprising. Just PSA, and PSA was it, wasn't it? I think we'll see another one later in the video, but crazy to see how limited it's got. Well, we saw Boston Red Sox though, so. But for DFW still, I mean, you'll go times where you'll see 2 per concourse, but wasn't our day today. Transitioning through here, we got a 737-800 right here, ×2. We got the 321, and then we're almost back to where we started already. 321S right here as well. So we do have quite a few 321S's, more than what I anticipated. I think it kind of changes per season, but I mean, there was probably 6 at Terminal C, which is a good number. And then panning back over, some absolutely packed. Fun fact, C2 is the gate where the last American Airlines McDonnell's MD-80 flight left out of. So sentimental. I don't think it was 4. It had to be 2. I'm pretty darn sure it was 2. I don't think I'm wrong, but 321 LUS, they are back invading. Quite a few 319s as well. You'll see your fair share of those in Dallas too. I'm surprised we didn't see more 320s, but we did see our fair share. Another 319, 737, so pretty evenly distributed to say the least, but yes. And guess where we're back to? The 787-9. I believe this was going out to Honolulu or something along those lines. I'm not completely sure, but I mean, this thing just speaks for itself, man. Just look at this facility on deck. Absolutely beautiful aircraft. And yeah, I believe we have one more transitioning clip before we get over to the spotting location, so let's do it. Alrighty boys, picking up where we left off with the 787 right here, and then like I said, we're going to take it over back over to the North Terminal B entrance, and then we're going to do the plane spotting. I only have one clip from over there, so we'll go over that, and then I'll show you guys all the photos that I got, which will be awesome. But yes, here we go. 787, again, looking beautiful. Most of these will be repeats, but for the heck of it, let's take a look. Sorry for so many pauses in this video, guys. I didn't think I was going to have so many coughing issues, but kind of hard to talk so much when you're sick. But multiple 321s. There goes one pushing back as we speak. And then a variety of GSC and such. Double 737s once again, looking sharp. And then panning over 319 back there taking off as well, looking nice. So many ramp agents, man. It takes a lot to make an airport this big flow. So yes, absolute W indeed. Plenty of 737s. I really like those conveyor belts, how they slant up and then level. That looks really cool. 319 with S without jet bridge. I think without the jet bridge attached. I think it was maybe just arriving, but 737-800 right there as well, looking fresh. And here comes the push, boys. Envoy 175 heaven. Here comes 3 of them as we speak right there. Goodness, on fire, y'all. Incredible. But yes, like I said, these intermissions take somewhere in the ballpark of 45 seconds to a minute and 15 seconds. Or at least that's what it seems like. It may be a little bit shorter. I don't think it's much longer than a minute. Somewhere in there. But regardless, yes. But really nice lineup here on Indeed. Looks really, really nice. Transitioning through here, a couple more aircraft before we get into our next clips. 737 right here looking fresh. A321 with fence tips also looking very nice. Then we pan over to some more Airbuses and 737s, and they are coming up right here. Looking really, really nice right there. And that'll take us back over to Terminal B as we go across the bridge. Really cool to see those taxiway bridges. I think they're so cool. It definitely has got to take a lot to make those bridges hold up those very heavy aircraft, thousands of pounds. Incredible. But as we can see, panning over here to Terminal B once again. Sorry about the camera work, guys. It was pretty mediocre, but I was pretty sick, so hopefully that's alright. But multiple American Eagle aircraft looking fresh. Spirit A320 over there finally made it over. It took a while, but it finally made it, so looking good. And then speaking of which, that will take us into the arrival at the Terminal B entrance. So we'll pick back up with the next clip as we're doing some plane spotting. So I hope you guys are excited for that. But yeah, really good Skylink run right there. It was very good and I really enjoyed it. So with that, let's go do some plane spotting outside the entrance. Let's do this. Alrighty, everybody. Hopefully you guys can hear me. If not, I'll put some subtitles. But yeah, oh, this is here too. Alright guys, I apologize about that. Sorry, these 737 and 175 came over here, but yeah, Skylink was good. I don't know if it was just me still pretty sick or if it actually was, but it wore the mask too, but it was hot. It was hot. I'm sweating right now. So currently 10:30, we're out, oh, not KOC. Come on, 10:35. Boarding won't start till probably about 12:20-ish. So plenty of time. I think what I'm going to do is spot here for the next maybe 30 minutes or so. We'll see. And then I'm going to catch some air because I am beyond hot. So I'm going to relax. And then maybe one more trip around the Skylink as it comes by. We'll see on that. I'm not sure. Depending on how I feel. And then following that, it'll be, and then lunch, and then it's time to board and go to Daytona Beach. But it's been good. It's been good. Boston Red Sox is great. This 175 is pushing. Let me get a picture. All right, sorry about that, guys. Long story short, a lot of action. Just got one World 777, so back to spotting. See you guys shortly. Alrighty guys, so here we go, looking at all the pictures that I took. I thought that this would be a fun way to do it so you guys get to see everything, so let me know how you guys like this format. I'll try to keep it fairly condensed but also efficient, so hope you guys are excited for this. So this was my time spotting at Terminal B that you guys saw from that clip, so here we go. So starting right here, this just is getting us into the B Skylink, so sorry that you'll hear that arrow key, or actually, yeah, I'll just scroll with my cursor instead, or just scroll wheel so it's not as loud. So here we go, and this is the Canon T6i with the Sigma 18x300. Great lens. Sorry, I was going the wrong way. But nice seeing double shot right there with Spirit. There's a Mason 900. And you'll see a lot of duplicates throughout here. I just like to get every angle possible. And I honestly haven't looked at these fully in depth in a while. So another Mason 900. American 737. You'll see a ton of American mainline. I mean, it's not even going to be funny. There's a Envoy 175. Another American 737, lots of heat haze. Unfortunately, can't do too much about that. There's our first big catch of the day, American 777-200 One World from this location, I should say. Sorry that it has to load all these pictures. They're all raw pictures and they're super big. Despite this computer being amazing, I completely understand. Sometimes it has to load. One thing that we'll run into is this window reflection a lot. I tried to improve upon that, but that One World was amazing. Sorry for just kind of getting a consistent scroll. I'll kind of stop here if I get a chance. There's another American 737 and 319 Sharklet, and here comes the bank. This is the early morning banks here at DFW. They're the best in my opinion. But yeah, this 319S looking good as well. Multiple 737s, American A321. Again, a variety of aircraft. There's the SkyWest 700. Unfortunately, it didn't focus right there. I don't like exposing these photos to myself, but at the same time I do. But it's going to be forever before I edit them again, so it doesn't hurt to see what I saw. Plenty of American mainline. There's one of the former Frontier A319s, along with one of the Mason 900s as well. American A319, SkyWest 700. Focus was really struggling a little bit. It was that window. UPS MD-11 freighter. That was an awesome catch right there. Super glad you could see that. And an American 320 CFM. That was a good shot. And the intervals are coming in. You'll see some dark spot through here. That's just the cloud intervals from the summer, of course. Another American 737 right here, 321, and a variety of RJs. That one actually had the, let me go back to that. That one actually had the, let me see if I can zoom in here. Can I zoom in? That one has the, darn it, I'm trying to think of what it was called. I think you guys know what I'm trying to say. It's similar to the Flagship Freedom, but I'm trying to think of the proper name for it. But that was really cool to see. There's 858 right there. Not the cleanest picture in the world, but still really good. Wish we would have been able to get a little bit better light, but hey, still seeing it's amazing. Plenty of American Airlines mainline aircraft. Just take a look at that frame right there, man. They're going everywhere, man. Absolute units on deck. There's another Mesa. I'm so excited to get back down to DFW, man. It's incredible. Envoy 175 units. There's another Envoy 145, 319 CFM. A lot of these we saw through our Skylink pass as well, which is nice. Plenty of Mason 900s. I also really like the ones with the door like that. That's really cool as well. Here is an American A319 IAE configuration. Looking really nice. More American A319s, plenty of Airbuses, like I was saying. There's a really good shot of 858. That's nice. I'm very happy with that. And the reflection got much better, much quicker. Speaking of which, how about this? This is my first time from this angle, I believe. Catching an American Airlines Boeing 777-300. Before that, we do have a little bit of variety. United Airlines A320. Really nice to get to see the Continental Globe A320 right there. Another Mason 900, but how about that American 777-300? What a facility. Goodness. Little grainy, but the denoiser will touch that up. Awesome photos right there. Very happy with how that turned out. Nice with that 900 right there too. There we go. There it was. Very nice. So really happy with how that turned out. And I really like that outside perspective that I got several times. I don't know if I'll edit every single one, but really nice. American Airlines 787, I believe this one was heading out to Miami. I think the triple's Los Angeles, so really nice. Those are really clean right there. Very nice shots right there. Very happy with how those turned out. American A321, I mean, just so many RJs, but hey, I mean, they look great, so I'm not complaining. I'll edit every single one of them at some point. Those IE A319s look so interesting. I mean, they're so small. It's crazy, but I like them. Here it is. Here's that 320 that we saw earlier in the video. I'm actually going to look that up live real quick to see what that is because I want to confirm, but it looks like a moose. Let's see what that is to confirm. But beautiful shot right there. I'll kind of just scroll through just slightly here as I look it up, but that's really nice right there. That is... sorry, just trying to get a name. That's a really cool livery. Glad I got to see that one. Yukon the Collar, I think is how you say that. So that's a really cool catch right there. Very happy with that. Very nice. I botched that, by the way, so I apologize. American A321. Japan 789. Very nice to get to see another one I'm adding to my whole fleet. This was 861. NG did 863, I believe. So I'm after 863. I requested 865, which was interesting. And that's already the full Skylink lineup. I didn't think it was going to go by that quick, but I did do some spotting by my gate. So here's our PSA 900. This will be the upcoming trip report, so stay on the lookout for that. Also really cool to see the Allied Aviation fuel tank right there. That's really cool. Not the best angle in the world, but hey, we'll take it. Not bad. There's that United 320 taking off. Also, before I go on, this is where we had lunch. We had lunch at a really good Mexican restaurant in Terminal B. I'm going to give you guys the name just so you guys know which one. If you're ever in Terminal B and looking for a good Mexican restaurant, I ate with my family. I want to do more plane spotting, as I said in that clip, but I didn't want to overdo it. And I think I made the right choice because this ended up being a pretty long flight. This was 2 hours and 45. It may have been 2:20 actually. One of them was quite long, the other was a little bit shorter. I think I could be wrong, it's been a while, but still really cool to get to see that. And let me get the name of that restaurant for you guys because it was really good. I'll probably botch it trying to tell you guys, but okay, hopefully I say this right. Kennetal Lard or Rado, I think's how you say it. Really good. Was super happy with that. Really nice to get to chill out for a little bit before our next flight. Very good. So definitely recommend that restaurant. That is right under the North Beach Skylink, so that wasn't too bad. A little walk. But then we went to our gate, of course, after that amazing lunch, and I was still excited, a little bit nervous, obviously, but I was still excited. So here's that Mason 900 once again, looking really good as well. Here's the United 320 taking off. Then there's another 333 that I was really happy to get to see another one. 732 this time, which is very nice. And the intervals really starting to develop as well. So I was glad I got to see them. Really nice lighting right there. So really nice. And there's another 787. So we got to see our fair share of heavies. I went through those way faster than what I thought. That was still quite a bit for an hour spotting though. That was a good time to catch all those. 777 right there. There's a 222, a little bit heat haze. It looks like 767 Alpha Lima, so that's really cool. Then we have the 787-9 right here. This is really good as well. 830, so really good to get to see this one as well. And then a variety of RJs probably coming up. Yep. 904. I've seen that one like 20 times at this point, but I'm not complaining. Actually came right into right head on with us. So 904 may be my favorite Mason 900 now, I guess. There goes 787 with the intervals coming in clutch. And there's a Mason 900 making it into the gate. There's a 321 Neo. That was only our second one, wasn't it? Dang, I thought we would have saw more. Envoys, and then we're already on the plane and getting ready to go. So dang, absolutely incredible. What a sequence right there. Was really pleased with how that turned out though, indeed. Absolutely. Alrighty guys, that will do it for this Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport layover vlog. I really hope you guys enjoyed it. Absolutely jam-packed layover vlog. There was so many aircraft. It was super good. Let me know what you guys thought, especially that last segment there with the pictures. I would definitely think that we'll do that going forward, but let me know what you guys think. But yeah, absolutely awesome layover vlog. So excited for what's to come. Next video up will be the American Airlines Bombardier Series-900 on the behalf of PSA Trip Report. Really excited for that. Dallas to Daytona Beach. Epic flight, incredible views, great product on the PSA 900s. You are not going to want to miss that flight. Be sure to stay on the lookout for it. It's absolutely awesome. And then we'll have numerous in-flight videos from that, and those you're not going to want to miss either, along with a Daytona Beach arrival. Well, I don't want to use terminology arrival, but you know, getting to our destination vlog, if you will. So that will be coming too. And there's going to be a lot of awesome videos from this trip, so be sure to stay on the lookout for it. Going to be absolutely awesome, and I'm super excited to share it with you guys. So Once again, really hope you guys enjoyed today's Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport layover vlog. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much once again. It was a bunch of fun putting together, and sorry that I didn't sound great for it, but we are making it happen, so that's what we do. So with all that being said, everybody, I wanted to thank you guys so much for watching. My name is Redriveraviation. Take it easy, everybody. Stay safe, trust the process, do what you love, and love what you do. My name is Redriveraviation. I want to thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys soon as Redriveraviation is signing off. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Redriveraviation. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day today. And today we have the trip report on the American Eagle operated by PSA Airlines Bombardier Sierra Day-900 from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport to Daytona Beach International Airport on July 22nd, 2021. I hope you guys are excited for today's video, and with all that being said, let's begin. I've just had an amazing layover at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport after coming in from Tulsa International Airport earlier in the day. Here's our aircraft. November 600 November with service to Daytona Beach today. I'm super excited to fly my first PSA Airlines Bombardier Sierra Day-900. This has been an aircraft I've wanted to try for a very long time, and this is quite the way to do as such. With all that being said, I am super excited to get on board, and let's do this. Welcome to seat 19F aboard our American Eagle Bombardier Sierra Day-900. I was super impressed with the seat, and we'll do a full deep dive once we get in the air. I was super excited to be on board, to say the least.
In airplane mode. Your safety is important to us. Please pause for a moment to give your attention to the flight attendant. Luggage and personal articles should be stowed either overhead or under the seat in front of you. To prepare for departure, close your tray table.
And just like that, it was already time to push back. Be sure to stay on the lookout for the full pushback and engine start videos that will be coming out very soon. DFW taxis are always the best. We took taxiway Gulf and made a right turn on the taxiway Yankee, then a left turn on the taxiway Lima to hold short of runway 17 right for our departure today. That was a stunning takeoff. Let's climb to our cruising altitude of 35,000 feet. What an incredible departure that was from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Let's take a more in-depth look at our seat 19D. As you can tell, we have the USB port and power outlet, which charges up my phone super fast. I was very pleased with that. Plenty of room for my camera bag and DSLR as well down there. And then how about this legroom? Man, PSA absolutely killing it. Then we have the CRJ900 safety card, the Wi-Fi card, and the air sickness bag, all in the seat back content pouch, which was super nice. And this seat in general, I was super happy with it. It was very comfortable and it was super pleasing. Very, very nice, and that could easily be on a mainline product to say the least. Here's the tray table. It was nice and sturdy, opened up very nicely. We had the seat back. Where's that IFE though? Just kidding. And how about that wing view? Cruising through Mississippi and Alabama gave us some incredible views to say the least. We got to see some amazing thunderstorm clouds up close and personal, and I highly recommend checking out the full Criuse video when that comes out so you don't miss out on it. But here's a solid glimpse of it. They were unbelievable. Take a look at this, everybody. And here we go with the seatback contents right here for the CRJ900. As you can see, unfortunately, somebody left their sanitizing wipe down there and did not get clean from the previous flight, so that was unfortunate. But here we go, boys. So it's beginning right here with the July 2019 revision of the CRJ900 safety card for PSA. Personally, I think it's a really good iteration. They do a great job with all these demonstrations for water evacuations, ground evacuations, all that fun stuff, and very practical to have. So very glad that they did a good job with the PSA CRJ900 safety card right here, looking awesome. Next up, we have the in-flight entertainment and information card here for American. This shows you their free movies and TV shows that they show, of course, when you connect to AA.com, and this just talks about the logistics of Wi-Fi and all that fun stuff. Looks like they have some Apple TV partnerships, which we'll talk about that a little bit more on the next flight. I did a little bit of that, but really cool, and then staying healthy. So nice little pamphlet right there for American. That's the July 2021 revision, and then we got some beverages and smack on the back right there. Last but certainly not least, we have the air sickness bag. As I mentioned in previous trip reports, very important, of course, with the virus and everything, so glad we have that going as well. And then as you guys can see, I tried to get a better view of it, but the sanitizing towelette was down there, and very unfortunate to see that, but what can I say? Let's dive into some details about PSA Airlines and their Bombardier CRJ-900s. PSA Airlines is a wholly owned subsidiary of American Airlines and operates Bombardier CRJ-700s and CRJ-900s under the American Eagle brand. PSA Airlines has 61 Bombardier CRJ-700s and 69 Bombardier CRJ-900s, 15 of which have the new atmosphere cabin. There are 3 layouts on the American Eagle Bombardier CRJ-900, some of which are for subsidiary PSA Airlines, while others are for another American Eagle subsidiary, Mesa Airlines. Layout 1 was our cabin for today, which consists of 12 first class seats, 12 main cabin extra seats, and 52 main cabin seats. First class has an outstanding 37 inches of pitch with 19.6 inches of width. Main cabin extra has 35 inches of pitch and 17 inches of width, and main cabin has a phenomenal phenomenal 31 inches of pitch and 17 inches of width. This flight with PSA was unique for many reasons. First off, PSA Airlines does not operate in the DFW very much. PSA only has a few through destinations, if you will, into DFW, and it was super cool to see Daytona Beach be one of them during the summer 2021. The only other routes were Knoxville, Tennessee, and Jackson, Mississippi. Super cool to see as such. PSA rotates aircraft through these destinations with their East Coast hubs in Charlotte Dulles International Airport, Philadelphia International Airport, and Washington Reagan DCA National Airport. PSA is an awesome airline, and I was so glad to fly them once again as I flew them in 2017 from Charlotte to Myrtle Beach. November 600 November is a PSA Airlines operated by American Eagle Bombardier CRJ-900. The aircraft had its first flight on July 26, 2016 and was delivered to PSA Airlines on August 3, 2016. What a phenomenal aircraft at 5.5 years old. The aircraft also has two GE CF34 8C5 engines and has a serial number of 15416. If you're curious about any other information about the aircraft, the description box below pertains all that information. But with all that being said, we have an absolutely epic approach into Daytona Beach. You guys are not going to want to miss this. I hope you guys are excited for it. And with all that being said, let's get into it. Our approach in landing into Daytona Beach was absolutely insane to say the least. Our approach was fairly normal. We began our descent over Tallahassee and flew over Gainesville on our way into the Daytona Beach area. To avoid an inbound thunderstorm, we flew north of the storm and then made a turn to head south towards Daytona Beach. Following such, we then made our turn onto the final approach for runway 7 left. This approach and landing was unbelievable. You do not want to miss the full video of this landing. Be sure to check it out when it comes out. I'm honestly shocked we were able to land before the thunderstorm arrived. Normally I would give my thoughts and conclusion of the flight on the final approach, but with how eventful the landing and arrival was, I'll do such on our approach into Daytona Beach. I thought American Eagle and PSA did an outstanding job with this flight. It was super eventful and I really enjoyed it. The amenities were nice, the cabin crew was friendly, the product was incredible for a regional jet, and I couldn't have asked for much more than what was presented. Not every regional jet has a pleasing experience, and we have seen as such over the years, but I can confirm that PSA CRJ-900s are one of the best RJ products in the United States. Having 31 inches of pitch on a regional jet is a welcome addition, and the comfortable seats with power outlets, big windows, and Wi-Fi really adds the icing on the cake in my opinion. This is one of the longer flights in PSA's network. These aircraft normally fly 60 to 90 minute flights. This flight was around 2 hours and I didn't once get uncomfortable nor displeased. Well done American Eagle and PSA. Now on to this insane landing at Daytona Beach. As we know, Florida is a thunderstorm hotspot in the summer, and that was going to rain on our parade, no pun intended. Somehow we were able to beat the storm into Daytona Beach, and get ready to see how that played out, everybody. Enjoy this insane landing on the runway 17 left at Daytona Beach International Airport.
to Daytona Beach, Florida. Your local time is approximately 4:20. Please remain seated with your seatbelt securely fastened and the center aisle clear until...
And welcome to Daytona Beach, everybody. Super excited to be here. Huge props to our pilots. What a landing that was. Well done. Super glad we were able to beat that absolute monster of a thunderstorm. Take a look at that, guys. Goodness. Right there for all my NASCAR fans, there's the Daytona International Speedway. For all my NASCAR fans, super cool place. One of the coolest elements of Daytona Beach. Big shout out to JJ Skippy. I know he's a huge NASCAR fan, so very cool to get to see that. They obviously host the Daytona 500 and all that fun stuff. Here's a really cool section in Daytona Beach, the International Jet Bridge right here. So that actually is for Sunwing Airlines when they fly here. I believe they were going strong before the pandemic, but unfortunately they've since been not present. But super cool that they have that international facility. And as you guys can see, quick taxi over to the terminal. Only 6 gates. We're going to be parking at gate 3 today. And goodness, what a landing. Just huge props to ATC and the pilots for getting us in here, because as you guys are going to see momentarily, it is about to pour and rain on our parade. No pun intended. Absolutely incredible. Thank you guys so much for watching this trip report on board the American Eagle, operated by PSA Airlines Bombardier Sierra Day-900 from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport to Daytona Beach International Airport. Be sure to stay on the lookout for all the in-flight videos along with the arrival vlog into Daytona Beach International Airport to see the follow-up on that insane thunderstorm and how nice of an airport Daytona Beach is. This was an absolutely incredible flight, and I'm so glad I got to be a part of it. But with all that being said, everybody, I really hope you guys enjoyed today's video. My name is Redriveraviation. I'd like to thank you guys so much for watching. Take it easy, everybody. Stay safe, trust the process, do what you love, and love what you do. My name is Redriveraviation. I want to thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys soon as Redriveraviation is signing off.
Attention to the flight attendant. Luggage and personal articles should be stowed either overhead or under the seat in front of you.
seatbelts are securely fastened. Thank you. with your seatbelt securely fastened and the center aisle clear until we have parked at the gate and the fasten seatbelt sign is turned off. Take a moment to check your seat back pockets for any items you may have placed there, such as your tablets or cell phones. When you open the overhead compartments, please use caution. Items may have shifted during the flight. You may now begin using your cell phones. On behalf of American Airlines, American Eagle, and our One World partners, we do thank you for flying with us today. We look forward to serving you on future flights. We do have one last request. If you could please reach up and make sure your air vents are completely open. This will help keep the aircraft cool for the passengers that may be returning to Charlotte. We do appreciate your assistance. Once again, welcome to Daytona Beach.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Redriveraviation. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day today. Today we have the Daytona Beach trip vlog for you guys. I really hope you guys are excited for today's video. Today we have the Daytona Beach as a whole in a trip format. Really hope you guys are excited for today's video. Very excited to get into this one, and we have a lot of awesome things to tell in today's trip vlog, if you will. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day. Today, like I said, we have the Daytona Beach trip vlog, as we're going to be encompassing all the elements from the Daytona Beach trip on the actual trip itself rather than the flights and everything. So really hope you guys are excited for this. We have a lot of awesome stuff to dive into. I'm going to give a brief format because this is a very unique situation compared to the previous layover vlogs, like the Dallas and Phoenix day trip, where there wasn't actually a trip encompassed with that in terms of like a family trip and getting out of the airport and that sort of thing. So in this video, as it kind of would suggest and hint at, we're going to be taking a look at the full trip itself. There was quite a few things that we did that I definitely want to share. Most of the time, honestly, as you guys know, I was very sick during this trip, so I didn't end up doing a ton, but there are some cool things like taking a look at Amy Riddle. There was also, simple things like flying kites on beach and the beach in general. So thought I would encompass those things for you guys and kind of show you what all goes into that, along with Daytona Beach International Airport, because this airport really blew my mind just in terms of how nice it is and just what kind of airport it is. It's a very unique airport, and I thought it would be really cool to kind of give its own video to kind of encompass everything. So what we're going to be doing in this order is we're going to be chronologically going through the sequence of events through Daytona Beach. That's going to be included but not limited to arriving at Daytona Beach International Airport, beating an unbelievable thunderstorm to be able to make it to Daytona Beach. Then we're going to go through days chronologically. I think we were there for 3, I think. There wasn't a ton of events, but there's a couple things I did want to show you guys. I'll be honest, most of the time it was me sitting in the hotel room, but that's kind of what it is when you're sick. I think you guys would understand that. And then obviously getting back to Daytona Beach, and that's when we go into a pretty solid tour of the airport. I decided to make this all into one video because this kind of gives the Daytona Beach just the full experience, and I know I iterated that like 3 different ways, but this is unscripted. Normally this kind of stuff I have scripted, so my apologies. But with all that being said, everybody, we have a lot of awesome things to dive into in today's video, so we're just going to walk through it step by step and go into it. So with all that being said, really hope you guys are excited for this, and let's get started. We're going to begin with this unbelievable arrival sequence into Daytona Beach International Airport, guys. This was by far probably the most insane arrival sequence I've ever been a part of. I've definitely seen some very cool things, to say the least, but this was unbelievable. So if you guys missed the trip report and the landing video, essentially what happened was, and I'll kind of show some B-roll so that I can catch you guys up to speed. there was a massive thunderstorm heading right towards Daytona Beach, it was coming right after we ended up landing. So what happened was, as you guys may saw in the trip report, we flew around the thunderstorm that was coming in. It was south of Gainesville, north of Orlando. So the storm was moving west to east, of course, and it was coming fast, man. It was an absolute unit of a sail. But what ended up happening was we flew around it. We ended up making a really cool long base leg, which put us into a final for only 7 left, and we ended up landing as normal. Now, one side of the beach looked great, the other did not. As you guys are seeing in these pictures and the footage, of course, the storm was inbound and it was coming very fast, very quickly. So we landed in time, even though you guys can easily see rain and lightning in the footage easily. We ended up landing with plenty of time. So we were good in that regard. So what ended up happening was, from the sequence of where we left off in the trip report, this is where we're picking up, of course. So what ended up happening was, of course, we deplaned. We'll go more into the components of Daytona Beach later in the video and just how the airport is set up in general, but we will look at some things, of course. So first off, just in general, the airport is absolutely amazing from initial glance. You guys can see the floor right here. It also looks really nice. So again, it's a super nice airport. This picture right here encompasses kind of the check-in, check-out area, kind of. There's a lot to, or I'm sorry, the left side of the airport, I believe this is the northwest side. I think it's somewhere around there. This is the check-in area. So I really like how Daytona Beach has this split up. So of course, it's a peninsula type terminal, just a simple rectangle. So on one side of the spectrum in the arrival and check-in area, you have the check-in on one side. This is American, Delta, no, not JetBlue anymore, I'm sorry, the other airline. There's another airline, I can't think of who it is right now, I don't know why, but American, Delta over here, and this is where you check in and all that fun stuff. Of course, we kind of talked about Sunwing. I don't think they fly here, unfortunately, anymore, but this is the details of the check-in. So this is what it looks like. We'll see more here in a moment. Very nice facility. You can see the modern architecture that goes along with it, and just in general, it's a really cool concept. I think they did a really good job with it. Of course, Delta leading the way with their service to Atlanta out of this airport. American also has many destinations, included but not limited to Charlotte, Philly, Dallas, Reagan's going to be starting, I believe, and there may be one more, but a really solid lineup here for American. Charlotte's their main destination, to say the least. So it's a really nice facility, all things considered and all things encompassed. So with that said, moving into this next picture, sorry, I'm kind of just walking through them. Thanks for bearing with me, guys. This next picture is, as you guys may know, one of the biggest components of Daytona Beach is NASCAR. NASCAR has the Daytona International Speedway, which is the site of one of the biggest NASCAR events, the Daytona 500, which recently just happened, ironically, and I think they have a summer event as well. But as you guys will see through Daytona Beach, if you ever go there, if you've ever been there, around the city and even in the airport, as you can see right here, you'll find a lot of different cars and things like that to show off this. So here's a NASCAR Racing Experience number 43 car. This was just on display to promote, hey, NASCAR is huge in Daytona Beach and all that. So this is just one of the cars that was parked up here in the baggage claim area, and I thought it was really cool. So yes, once again, this is the car. I think it's very, very cool to see this, and it's a really cool component to say the least. Here's the baggage claim of the arrival right here. So as you can see, this is American Flight 1554 from Dallas-Fort Worth. This is the first time I think I'm showing extensive footage from the baggage claim, so this is really cool. So really nice setup, as you're able to see through those clips, and just ultimately a really nice experience, all things considered. This next picture is another nice area. This is the other side of the area, which encompasses the this encompasses the arrival section, where you can get your rental cars, baggage, all that fun stuff, or anything else you may need. So again, this is just another pier to the airport. On the one side, on the side that I just showed you guys, you have the baggage claim, and on this side, as you can see, you have Hertz, Dollar, Enterprise, all the car companies as well. Another shot of that car over here. This is more of a side perspective, and this one kind of encompasses what the baggage claim looks like as a whole, instead of that video that was kind of all over the place. So again, it's a really nice setup, and I think they do a really good job with it. So well done there by Daytona Beach, setting it up and promoting NASCAR to the best of its ability. Now, as you can see through this clip right here, oh boy, as you can see, looking very dark outside, and of course we had to get a rental car and everything. So by the time all this was completed, oh boy, as you can see by this picture, boys, it was about to get bad. So here's the checkout area where the rental cars and taxis and all that stuff come through. So here's Daytona Beach International Airport. Just taking a look at this picture, guys, you can see how dark the clouds are. It was going to be bad. I'll put some screenshots up of what the sails were looking like on the radar of my choice, which is my radar. It was looking bad. You can even see a satellite up there, which I think that's for weather. It may be for TV, but I'm going to assume that's for weather. So that's another really cool component. Keep in mind, this is dead summer, guys. So this is to be expected at this point with Daytona Beach. Just kind of just how it happened. And then as you can see, by the time we got in the rental car, here we go. Oh boy, the rain has arrived. So as you can tell, this was not looking too good. And through these pictures that we'll see upcoming, man, it was my dad was the one driving us, and this was just an unfortunate sequence to say the least. This was an absolute monster of a storm, as you guys can see by that cell that I previously showed you guys. That thing was unbelievable to say the least. So that blew through. We ended up making it to the condo safely, luckily. Of course, precautious driving. I mean, that was a we do get some solid storms like that here in my area, but I mean that was a real one. You know, usually when we're at home, obviously we have the circumstances to where we'll be able to beat that, but in this situation, it was either be at the airport or go to the condo, so we ended up making it to the condo. But luckily, as you can tell by these upcoming pictures, the rain started to lighten up, which was nice, and we made it to the condo safe and sound. A really nice facility. It was really, really good. Here's the view from the top of it. Such a pretty shot right here, as you can see by those incoming clouds right there. That shows the full details. And then just the ocean in general. It's a really nice ocean. I would recommend it. Daytona Beach is a phenomenal area, in my opinion. I had a lot of fun. Typical old Florida coming out with the rainbow later in the day. This was probably like 7, 8 o'clock range. It was impressive to see this. This is just Florida. I mean, this is what happens in the summer, and this is just how it's encompassed as a whole. So again, really, really cool sequence right there, to say the least, in my opinion. And then a very pretty sunset as well. We ended up going to dinner downtown Daytona Beach. So as you can tell, very pretty colors, and it was a bunch of fun. I really enjoyed it. So that's where we go into detail with all that fun stuff. So during the next several days, I'll be honest, I don't have a single thing lined up here till one of the last days to show you guys. Again, unfortunately, I wasn't able to do too much. Pretty much my days consisted of staying in the room, resting, and that was pretty much about it. Doing lunch and dinner. That was pretty much it. There wasn't much to encompass as a whole. I opted out of several activities my family ended up doing simply because of how I felt, which was very unfortunate. I really wish that I could have been a part of that, but we did do some things. I did end up going to the beach as well, which I think there should be a picture of that coming up. Sorry, these pictures actually got a little bit out of order, so I apologize about that. So that's what ended up happening there, but there were a couple things, as you can see through here. Yeah, okay, they got out of order. I apologize about that, but there was different things beach-wise and just some different views. There were some really pretty clouds, but for the most part, I didn't end up doing too much. But beach was one of them, and then all the extra events. I was trying to think if we did anything else. I think my parents and siblings may have went to a museum one day. I think, I could be wrong on that, but regardless, it was a pretty laid-back trip, and it was definitely enjoyable. So yeah, really enjoyed that process, to say the least, even though I didn't feel good. But regardless, with all that being said, here's another particular event. This is one that I won't forget because this was a really peaceful outing right here. As you can see, this was kite flying on the beach. This was the last night. A bunch of fun. So as you can see, we got the kite probably 100, 200 feet up there, which was really cool. Maybe 50 feet, but it was definitely up there. As you can tell, well after sunset, and just a very enjoyable experience. Really enjoyed this, and getting to spend time with my relatives out on the beach, you know, doing that was very fun. You know, that just brought back a lot of memories of spending time with them in the past, because especially with the pandemic, but just more so getting busy in general, I haven't been able to see my relatives as much, which has been very unfortunate, because, you know, I really enjoy spending time with them, and unfortunately some of them live farther than others, as you guys know. I have some, luckily my grandparents are close in the area, so I am able to see them more often than not. However, especially aunts and uncles and all that sort of thing, not as much. So it was really nice to get to spend time with them in a really pretty location as well. So that was a bunch of fun, and I really enjoyed that. So just an awesome memory I thought I would share with you guys, and definitely always try to spend time with them if you can. It's always a bunch of fun. So yeah, absolutely awesome experience. So with that being said, that takes us into getting back over to Daytona Beach, and we're going to go a little bit more in detail here with the airport itself because we have a lot more to encompass. So with that said, let's get into that. So the first thing that we're going to encompass is I actually ended up, since it was in the area and since we had an opportunity, we ended up heading over to the Daytona Beach Embry-Riddle Aeronautics University campus, which was really cool. So as you guys may or may not know, ERAU is a huge aeronautic university. They have two main campuses that would include Daytona Beach and Prescott, Arizona, ranked nationally and lots of rankings, nationally ranked as #1 in aeronautics in general. They do a lot of awesome things. This is included but not limited to, of course, aviation, but also engineering, any aerospace things that you can think of. They do a lot, which is really cool. So like I said, they have two main campuses, the Daytona Beach and the Prescott campuses. Daytona Beach obviously in Florida, as we can tell right here, and the Prescott campus is in Arizona. I know a couple of my friends that go there, so that's really cool, and vice versa for Daytona Beach as well. So again, applied science, aviation, business, computers and technology, and engineering, security, intelligence, safety, and space. So they do a little bit of everything in the field, which is really cool. And there's definitely a lot of options. So as a whole, it's a really cool school, I believe. Some of the big things that I've heard, though, is it's very expensive, which I think the experience is very good. So that's really nice. And just as a whole, it's a really cool university, as you can see by these pictures. Of course, as you guys may have saw, we have the Wright brothers aircraft, the biplane, which was really cool to get to see in real life as well. Phenomenal facilities. It is super, super nice, as you're able to see. They have so many Cessnas, it is ridiculous. Here's a picture of a couple of them. I mean, it's just incredible to see the amount of airplanes they have in their fleet, and just as a whole, how that is encompassed. So, I mean, there's just so many planes, and it's a really cool, but they're set up super well. I mean, it's really cool. And they also have worldwide as well, so you can definitely do it that way if that's your preference. But just a couple of fun facts, #1 in aerospace engineering program, according to their website. It's probably debatable through other things, but there we go. For 7 straight years, they've been in the top 5 for online bachelor's programs, which is very cool. They have 134 Embry-Riddle simulators, which is really nice. 40 national titles in the Prescott and Daytona Beach campuses have won. Just as a whole, that's probably just, for just national recognition for what they do, which is very cool. 99 instructional aircraft combined between the two campuses, which is also very nice. So they definitely have a lot, and then you can obviously check out their website. There's more details for those respective degrees and all that fun stuff. Just as a whole, though, the aviation, I'll just kind of talk about that. Obviously, you have different aviation maintenance, management, and professional pilot degrees, air traffic control. I mean, anything that you could want, it is definitely there. They have doctor's degrees, bachelor's, master's, certificates. I mean, there's anything that you could want. They definitely encompass a little bit of everything in a very good manner as well, which is really cool. So again, since 1926, they've been working hard. So that's kind of spill on ERAU. Cool place. I definitely think that it was a very interesting experience. Definitely quite unique, and it's definitely state of the art. Despite what the opinions may be on it, we can all say that it definitely provides some really good training for your respective topic or field, I should say. But there's definitely a lot to go along with that. So, but still very cool indeed. So glad that we were able to see that, and it was a bunch of fun. Even though I won't be going there, it's still really cool to get to see that. So I thought that was really cool. So yeah, that's kind of the ERAU go at it, which again I thought it was a super cool place, and I really enjoyed that experience. So with all that being said, that's going to take us into our next lineup. Pardon me. Cannot believe I've done this all one cut. That's pretty impressive. So this takes us into kind of some pictures around the area. So here's the Daytona National Speedway. Sorry, I cannot decide on where I'm starting. Okay, Daytona International Speedway. Very, very cool racetrack. Of course, this is where Daytona 500's hosted and all these fun events. I think it's a super cool sport with NASCAR and everything. Another shout out to JJ Skippy, good friend of mine. But again, really cool lineup, and it's a very cool speedway. It was really cool to see them giving tours during the summer of that racetrack. And again, it's not everybody's cup of tea, but I still think it's a pretty cool facility to say the least. So that was very cool in my opinion. So glad I was able to see that. I thought it was super cool. Really, really nice lineup right there, to say the least. Let's see here. Next up, we have the picture of the Daytona Beach International Airport sign, which was really nice. You could definitely see those really cool palm trees. That was really nice. So nice sign right there. And this takes us into the airport, everybody. So checking in was fairly simple. As you guys may remember, unfortunately, I was not able to stay with my family or the rest of my family. So me and my dad ended up coming back. He had to get back for work, and I just didn't feel good. So it wasn't worth it for me to stay, unfortunately, even though it would have been interesting to see what would have happened. I think I would have made it, but it would have been very interesting. So checking in was fairly simple. The drop off, I may be able to find a picture of it online and show you guys, but it's a really nice drop off. Pretty simple, just like any other departures area that you'll find. It is cool how they're separated compared to the arrivals. It's not like a layer system. It's in two different places, so I thought that was pretty neat. But heading into the check-in area, as you can see by these clips, really, really nice. We got check-in done. It was very quick. There was not many people. We were super early for our flight. I think our flight left at, I think it was 4 o'clock. It was 3 or 4. It was maybe 3 o'clock, and we got there about 12:30 because we had to leave our condo, and as you guys may remember, my relatives' mom and sister ended up going on to Orlando, so they had to be somewhere. So we ended up getting dropped off super early. Yes, we could have did an activity or something, but my dad needed to work on his computer. I obviously am making this video and want to do some plane spotting and see Daytona Beach as a whole. So that's what ended up happening. But again, really, really nice, and I was glad that I was able to see that as a whole. Transitioning into the airport, they have some areas outside the terminal, a couple cafes and stuff. It's not too much, but it is a good bit, especially for a 6-gate airport. You can definitely find something in there. So definitely was pleased with that. Which takes us into the TSA. It's a very unique design. It's a arc shape, and it's like the narrowest TSA I've ever seen in my entire life. I honestly am surprised how they're able to function with it at bank times, and I'm not sure if there's a picture of it online. I'm surprised I didn't get a video of it, but it is a really narrow arc that has 2 lanes. I think one's TSA pre-check, the other's just normal TSA, and it banks back into a TSA area with all the machines and everything. So it was a really unique setup. I'm really surprised they're able to function with it, especially during long or bank times, but still a really cool setup, and we made it through with no pressure at all because there was not any flights at the time. So with that being said, that takes us into the airport, and you guys can just already start to see the architecture of how nice this airport is. So here's a really nice view of what the airport encompasses as a whole. Again, really, really nice. You have plenty of seats, big, nice signs along with the over-the-head windows, which was really nice for natural lighting purposes. And it just gives that tropical vibe inside the airport, which is really nice. And again, different news shops and different things like that. Really good lineup. And as you can see, as we're just walking through the terminal here, again, I just really like the architecture. I was a really big fan of what was going on through this terminal, and this is just a full walk through the terminal, as you can see. So hopefully that got lined up nicely. Here's a gate right here. Looking at it, this is gate 5 or 6. I think it's 5. But as you can tell, nobody's using this gate right now. But as you can see by these amenities, was able to get really nice views. You have USB ports and the power outlets, which is just a really nice accommodation, of course. And the seats in general, just really nice. And in this airport, I can say one of the nice things is, and this goes for a lot of airports around the U.S., there's plenty of room to sit, which is really nice. Here's a view outside the gate right here. Nice jet bridges. I'm surprised there's not more air service at Daytona Beach, especially low-cost wise. Here's some sort of sign right here. Yes, gate 4, my apologies. Commuter gate, which is kind of cool. But again, really surprised this is not more low-cost carriers, especially. This was a Delta gate. I think they may use it during peak times, but they only overnight 1 flight right now, so maybe that was pre-pandemic. But transitioning into this next clip, here's a nice sign of gate 5. Gate 6 is Delta, and as you can tell, the Atlanta flight was about to go out. We'll see that here in a little bit as well. Really nice encompassing right there. And this is a nice area over here on the right side that goes into, or not goes into, but has plenty of details, so that was really nice. As you can see by this shot right here, this is a shot of gate 5. And this shows off the Daytona International Speedway in the background, which is a super cool component, Daytona Beach. I'm actually just going to pull it up from Google Map perspective, kind of show you guys what everything encompasses, because it's a pretty cool airport in general. And since we're here looking at the terminal and everything, I might as well encompass this. But again, it's a very cool airport just in general. And I know we're still going over it, but it's just a beautiful airport. And I think that it's really was really well assembled. So again, they ended up building a new terminal, I believe, in the 90s because the previous one was just not adequate for what they were doing. So with that said, though, here's an overview of the airport. Of course, you have 3 runways. You have 7 left, 7 right, and I believe that is 1-6. Yeah, 1-6 and 3-4. So really nice lineup right there. Let's start left to right. So of course, 7 left. It's a very long runway. It's like 9,000 feet. So that's plenty of room for any aircraft to land, which is really nice. Immediately off of that, you'll see the Daytona International Speedway. Definitely a very unique aspect of Daytona Beach is just having these two things together, is an airport and a NASCAR track, or just a racetrack in general, I should say. So really cool, very interesting. As you can tell, this is a very populated area, so there's quite a bit going on around here. You obviously have a neighborhood off the side of it. Along with that, you obviously have a university too, and plenty of things. So really cool. Let's keep proceeding through here. As you can tell on the south side, you have some hangars. Racing Jet Aviation, this is a GA ramp that encompasses many aircraft. I think I have footage, but I definitely have pictures of different aircraft down there, so that was really cool to see, and you guys may saw on the landing as well. Again, Daytona International Speedway, I'm not the biggest NASCAR expert, but I'll kind of just give you guys a rundown. Of course, you have the track, which is a really cool design. All the places where the trucks and everything were parked for the teams and everything, and then a giant stand so everybody can see what's going on, and it's a really cool lineup, and plenty of parking, of course. So again, tickets and tours available for that. It's a really cool unit. I think they did a really good job with that. So Daytona International Speedway, really cool. This year's Daytona 500 was crazy, let's just say that. That will pan us into the terminal itself. So here's the 2 pier parts that I'm talking about. They're actually kind of like squares, which is interesting. I thought they were much longer. So as you can tell, on the left side, it was the northwest side. That's where the check-in is, and that encompasses everything. Delta, American, and everybody else that may fly here one day or has. I think JetBlue has. AirTran did, I believe, as well. So there's been Continental. I mean, I think even United as well. So there's been plenty of carriers here in the past. So it's been interesting to see so many of them drop service, and it's been very unfortunate. And then as you can tell, on the pretty much the east side, but you can call it the southeast if you wanted to, you will see the arrival area, which goes into the full details of, this goes into details of all the cars, the baggage claim, and everything like that. So it's a really cool lineup. So, and then just the design in general, as you guys can see through the screenshots here, there's the arrival door and the panel right there. But then of course you also have the checkout area, the lap around, which is really nice. Big parking lot as well, which is really cool for the airport too. Okay, so here's the terminal. Obviously 6 gates. American currently uses gates 3, and it looks like in the screenshot they've used 5. That's really cool to see. A 200, that was probably a PSA 200. So looks like in peak times they've used both those gates. I think gate 1, I think they would also use if they needed to, but that's kind of the situation there. Solid gate lineup. JetBlue flew here actually back in 2019. I think they cut service early 2019. But they used gate 6. I think Delta used to use 2 and 4, maybe just 4. But gate 2, again, probably was used by somebody in the past, but unfortunately not anybody right now. Now gate 6 is used by Delta, as you guys were able to see. Gate 4 is probably an overflow gate for Delta. We saw some branding over there. So just mainly American Delta carrying this thing. Again, I am shocked that there's no ULCCs here. JetBlue obviously tried it, didn't go so well. Spirit, Frontier, Allegiant, I would think that Allegiant doesn't make practical sense with, you know, Orlando, Sanford being fairly close to the area. So Frontier, Spirit, I would think that something's coming up at some point. But again, really cool terminal design. You can obviously see the peninsula type rectangle shape. And you can kind of even see the TSA block kind of coming off of that, which is really cool. And just inside the terminal, there's tons of windows as well. They look really nice, so it's really cool to get to see that. And just as a whole, it's really cool. Alrighty, so this pans us back. Plenty of taxiways on this airport. There's a good bit here. So, and then you have more extra stuff for the Daytona 500 as well on the sides of the airport. Here's Phoenix East Aviation. I believe this is another flight training company, which is really cool. This is right next to the terminal area. You also have the International Jet Bridge right here as well. Sorry, I forgot to encompass that. But this actually used to be the old terminal, I believe, but now it is an international gate. Sunwing used to fly here. I don't think they're going to be back, unfortunately, but this is where Sunwing operated into, which was very cool. Of course, you have plenty of parking over here as well for that, and maybe we'll get another international plane. I think they've also used it for international charters as well, which is a really cool component as a whole. So really nice right there. Back over to Phoenix East Aviation, though. Again, I believe this is just another flight center area, which is very cool. I'm not sure about them as a whole, but I think they're pretty good. So, but definitely have a big fleet here on the apron and the screenshot that I'm looking at. So, very nice. There's also a NASCAR hangar and a Delta cargo area over here by the west side of 16, which is another cool component of the airport as a whole. So, yes, very nice. Heading over to the other side of 16, this is Embry-Riddle University right here, guys. Absolutely huge campus, or I'm sorry, in terms of a campus like this, it's pretty big, but it's not the biggest thing that I've ever seen for sure. So as you can tell, we'll start with the campus itself. You obviously have the road that connects it here, and you have some different fields and things for their sporting events over on the other side of the road. There's definitely plenty over there. There's also Midland High School, which is right next to the airport as well. So like I said, this is a very populated area to say the least. Okay, back over to the university though. You have plenty of fields and different things here for ERAU as a whole. And then panning over onto the other side of the road, you obviously have the full campus itself. This is included but not limited to the entrances buildings, all the dorm rooms, the student union, all the classrooms, of course, which obviously is where all the classes are. All the other things that the campus would encompass just as a whole, parking, again, all the sporting events and everything's on the other side of the road right there. But as a whole, it's a really good campus and definitely encompasses a good bit of things there. Which takes us into the flight center operations. As you can see, that ramp is absolutely huge. You have 3 lines and about probably 25 aircraft each, which is super impressive. ERA's fleet consists of many single-engine aircraft, of course. This is included but not limited to Cessnas. I don't think they have many other single-engine aircraft or multi-engine aircraft. It appears to be they have. These look like some King Airs from the aerial. I'm not a complete expert, but they definitely have plenty. Maybe some Pipers in there as well. So definitely have a really good lineup of aircraft through here. And it's really cool to get to see and encompass all this indeed. There's a lot here. So again, very cool. And it was really cool to see in person. Definitely go there if you get a chance. It's a really cool place. And just it's just a vibe. Let's just say that. It's a really cool place. So that's kind of the airport as a whole right there. Panning back over down, you'll see the control tower over there in the center of the airfield. There's some more GA ramps. You have the ATP Flight School, which is also here in Daytona Beach, in the Air America Flight Center as well, and more GA ramps because obviously Daytona Beach is a hot spot for tourists and just in general, people like to have their areas throughout here. So also you'll see the DME Academy. So just as a whole, this airport definitely encompasses a lot. There's a lot of really cool elements to the airport. Again, there's quite a lot, and I think it's a really unique airport setup with all the flight centers along with the Daytona International Speedway right next to it. And kind of surprised there's not more air service. Yes, Daytona Beach is not the biggest airport in the world area, pardon me, but there's definitely a good bit to encompass with it. So yes, as a whole, Daytona Beach, very cool. I think the airport's very nice. So if you ever get a chance, definitely check out Daytona Beach, the airport. As a whole, there's a lot to it. Moving on to some other pictures and footage, though, as you can see right here, there's definitely some dark clouds. Luckily, no rain. It was just big cumulus clouds as a whole. So definitely really nice right there. And just looking at the airport as a whole, it's really nice. 1 o'clock, not bad at all. And there's that ramp I was talking about. There's the footage. So as you can see, we got a Gulfstream. It looks like a G5 over there in Phenom, and there's another Gulfstream right there. So really cool to get to encompass that, and got some great pictures as well. Alrighty, that proceeds us into just another nice look here. Oh, didn't mean to touch my keyboard, but another nice look at the seats right here. They're really nice. I think they did a really good job with them. So just as a whole, really nice right there. And then here's just some footage of them. Time's slowly moving by, which is nice. And again, sorry this video so long, guys. There's just a lot to encompass with this airport. It's really, really nice. So here's some more footage that's just really nice in general. Very, very nice. So I think I took pictures. I'm going to try to put them on the screen if I can. But we had an American CRJ-900 November 605, November, landing in from Philadelphia. Really, really cool to get to see that as well. And there's multiple pictures. Somehow a North Dakota UND Cessna 172 was in the area. So I ended up getting a picture of a UND and an Amy Riddle Cessna 172, which was very unique. Must have been doing a very long summer trip. So, but very cool to see them in the area. That was really, really cool. So as a whole. So again, very cool. Back to the CRJ-900 though, this is actually right next to the other flight number. This was AA5455, and the tail number was very similar. We had November 600, November back to Dallas, so very similar tail number as a whole to the other, so to my aircraft. And here's some video of that aircraft at the gate right here. Very nice footage. You got the fuel truck really close to the wing, which is really cool. And there's the big tug, looks nice, and plenty of tail bars for different types of aircraft down here. Just some really nice footage right here. 12 Pro Max always does a really good job, so always happy with how it does, and again, really happy with the result of it. So again, just taking a look at the whole encompassing though, there's some nice views of the jetways, those big cumulus clouds. That's Florida at its finest. There's a luggage or conveyor belt, I should say, right there. My bad. And just as a whole, beautiful area for Daytona Beach right here. So glad to get to see the footage right there for that. Really, really nice. Panning over into the pushback right here. Again, heading back to Philadelphia. That was a really quick turnaround. They got him out and in really fast. So again, clean pushback footage right here. November 605, November. Definitely a really cool aircraft in the PSA fleet and a really, really nice one. So here was a little cafe type thing that we ended up stopping for lunch at. Really, really nice. About 2 o'clock. Oh, 3 o'clock. Okay, so time was definitely moving fast. So yes, I was trying to stay on Central Time a little bit, but got to stay on Eastern Time a little bit. So yeah, but was having some lunch, really nice. A little late lunch, if you want to call it that. Usually my lunch is about 12, but it happens. It happens. What can I say? And I'm sure you guys can all attest to such. So really, really cool as a whole indeed. And I'll also do it now. I should have did it when I did the other ones, but I got a really cool arrival sequence of a Delta Airlines Airbus A321 coming in from Atlanta. Got some really good shots of it. These are just the raw ones, so I hope you guys are enjoying these. I should have got some footage. I apologize about that in advance, but they were really, really nice. This aircraft had so many people on board. There was probably, I would say, 225 that deplaned. It was probably the full capacity of that plane, which is really nice. I actually think, if I'm not mistaken, it was an A320 and they got upgraded to an A321 last second. So it would not surprise me if that was the case. So really, really cool. I really wanted to see a 320 up close, but because that's what Daytona Beach has a lot of, is mainly the 320s, but it got upgraded for a 321. Super cool to see it. I want to say it was 339. It may not have been. It was a maybe 334, 331. It was a 33, I think. But again, it was really cool to get to see it. And again, it was really great to see all these aircraft that came in. And there was some good spotting. Even though Daytona Beach at this time wasn't a ton, I got to see some cool GA catches and all that fun stuff. So again, really, really nice. Next thing, there's actually a room in Daytona Beach's airport, as you can see right here, that encompasses some books and then some different plane models, which is really cool. This is a nice little area to hang out if you're not doing spotting or anything. So this is a cool area. But as you can see by the arrival board, as this will come back up momentarily, here's the arrivals. And as you can see, the Dallas-Fort Worth arrival is coming soon, but our departure is going to be the 3:45 departure because the aircraft came in from Charlotte. So really, really nice right there. Another look right here, the terminal again. It looks like, I think we're getting ready to board. I think, yeah, that's our aircraft right there, November 600, November. So we were definitely getting ready to take it up to Dallas-Fort Worth. And I was really excited. Boarding was about to start. As you can tell, it's a populated area, but getting one couple final looks here. And it appears to be that there's actually an audio right here, or me talking. So let's see what this is.
All right, guys, almost time to board. Probably the last live check-in I'll do till when we get home tonight, but I thought I'd give you guys another live check-in here. So hope everything's going well. And yeah, this should be the end of the check-in vlog into the trip report for the CRJ-900. So whichever portion this makes it on, let's get started.
Alrighty, so as you can tell right there, that was kind of the end of it. So that's going to be taking us into the trip report with the American Eagle Bombardier CRJ-900 operated by PSA Airlines, November 600, November, with service out to Dallas-Fort Worth. This flight was not quite as eventful as the previous one, but it was still a really fun flight, and I enjoyed it a lot. So that will be where we take it into with the next flight. So again, guys, Daytona Beach is a great area to summarize. There's a lot of awesome stuff. I hope you guys enjoyed the live format. I could have compiled it, but I'll be honest, for the sake of time and how busy I've been, I thought that this would be a pretty fun or a pretty good format. Sorry for the additional rambling. That probably would not have been encompassed if I would have been able to do the scripting to do this, but the live format I think did work really well, and for a one take that's been going for almost 40 minutes now, I think it went really well. So that's the full Daytona Beach trip. Again, sorry that was pretty quiet in terms of the actual trip, but in terms of the airport, there was plenty to encompass, and yeah, I definitely could have done a little bit better of a job for a tour video, I guess. I may make a separate one later down the line, but this isn't Atlanta. This is a 6-gate airport, so I thought that made sense to encompass it in a video like this. So yeah, really hope you guys are excited for that trip report and the upcoming content, and then we'll have the final leg, which will be the American Airlines Boeing 737-800 from Dallas-Fort Worth to Tulsa International Airport, of course. Also, to confirm, that layover vlog is going to be really bad. I don't know how I'm going to encompass that. It's going to be a very short video. I think there was a couple planes I got to see, and that was about it. Not much footage. Just got screwed up. So again, really appreciate it, or not appreciate it, but really appreciate your guys' support and bearing with me, because that was a very unfortunate go at it. But yeah, this trip was absolutely incredible. Really excited for what's to come. I hope you guys are excited for it as well. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it, and I hope you guys are excited for the upcoming content. Again, Daytona Beach is a great place. Definitely check it out if you get a chance. Really enjoyed my experience there, and definitely hope to go back and maybe watch the Daytona 500 or do another fun event, especially when I feel good, even though I'm feeling much better than I did back then. But definitely hope to go back. We'll talk more about future trip plans soon. At this current time, I've thought a lot about it. We will see what happens. I'd really like to do something before school ends, but I don't know if that's going to quite happen. But again, we will see. I'll keep you guys informed, and I hope you guys are excited for it. So with all that being said, everybody, I really hope you guys enjoyed today's video. My name is Redriveraviation. I would like to thank you guys so much for watching. Sorry, my voice is kind of dying on me. But I hope you guys are excited for all the upcoming content. It's going to be really good. Be sure to check out previous videos as well. Working really hard, and I hope you guys have enjoyed it as a result. So with all that being said, everybody, I really hope you guys enjoyed today's video. My name is Redriveraviation. I'd like to thank you guys so much for watching. Take it easy, everybody. Stay safe, trust the process, do what you love, and love what you do. My name is Redriveraviation. I want to thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you guys soon, as Redriveraviation is signing off. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Redriveraviation. Hope you guys had a fantastic day today. Today we had the trip report on the American Eagle operated by PSA Airlines Bombardier CRJ-900 from Daytona Beach International Airport to Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport on July 26, 2021. I hope you guys are excited for today's video, and with all that being said, let's begin. I've just arrived at Daytona Beach International Airport. This airport is by far one of the nicest small airports I've ever been to. Be sure to check out the Daytona Beach trip vlog, in which I go into full detail about Daytona Beach and all the other epic material from this trip if you haven't already. Today we'll be heading back home after an awesome trip in Daytona Beach. I highly recommend visiting if you have an opportunity to do so. Daytona Beach is a beautiful city with so much to offer. After some fun plane spotting at Daytona Beach International Airport for a few hours, it was time to board our American Eagle operated by PSA Airlines Bombardier CRJ-900 November 556 November via American Airlines Flight 5038 with service to Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. I'm super excited to get on board, and let's do this. Welcome to seat 20A aboard this American Eagle Bombardier CRJ-900 operated by PSA Airlines. As you can tell, we have a very good amount of legroom, as these PSA CRJ-900s in main cabin have an awesome amount. Local time is 3:34 Eastern time, and as you can tell, we are getting ready to go. Not a whole lot going on inside the cabin right now, but a beautiful day outside. Super excited to get going. Let's do it. And just like that, it was already time to push back and taxi after a very quick boarding process at Gate 3 at Daytona Beach International Airport. Following our pushback, we had a very simple taxi to the runway. We took Charlie 1 onto November all the way down to November 1 before taxiing on the runway 7 left for our departure today. 7 left is a 10,500 foot runway with plenty of room for a Bombardier CRJ-900 to take off, and that will be emphasized on this takeoff, as you're about to see. And just like that, it is already time to take off on runway 7 left at Daytona Beach International Airport. I really hope you guys enjoyed this takeoff. There was some absolutely amazing views, and it was absolutely incredible. Also, be sure to stay on the lookout for the full takeoff videos. That will be coming out very soon. But let's take off at Daytona Beach International Airport, everybody. a takeoff that was. We had a rather simple departure today. We made a left-hand turn and flew over Jacksonville and started progressively turning towards the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Let's take a look at these as we climb up to our cruising altitude today of 36,000 feet. And just like that, the in-flight service was already here very quickly. I ended up getting 2 Biscoff, which I thought was really cool, and my selected beverage was a Dr. Pepper for this flight. Really appreciate this gesture. Of course, obviously with the pandemic and everything, this is not, given every day nowadays, so really cool to get them. So looks really good. Here's a nice view outside the window, passing through some intervals here. If we can get the camera to focus, there we go. Also wanted to point out that like duct tape type material in the flap, which is really interesting, but all looking good. Great in-flight service. And here we go with a very unfortunate circumstance. Unfortunately, the Wi-Fi was temporarily unavailable. I don't know why. None of the reasons listed here were valid for our flight in that state, so I don't know what the problem was. And as you can see by the coverage map over here on the other side, we were on land, so we were easily within the coverage range. So I really don't know what the problem was. It was really unfortunate to say the least, but hey, it was all right. Obviously, I enjoyed my Windows views and I had some things to do on my phone anyways, but for somebody that really wanted in-flight entertainment or they use their phone for business, emails, that sort of thing, work, it would have been a really rough sequence. So come on, American, we got to get that working. But regardless, still nice that they usually have it, but this was a rough sequence to say the least. So despite the Wi-Fi not working, I was able to check in on the status of our flight. So here it is on this side of the screen. This is Blue Streak flight 5038. Hour and 30 minutes out from Dallas-Fort Worth. Was super excited to get inbound. So that was nice. I was at least able to check in on that, and it worked pretty well. So even though the live TV didn't work, even though it says it did in this picture, when I clicked it, I got that other error message. I don't know what the problem was, but whatever, I suppose. And then on the other side, as you can see, we're going to be talking about this a lot more in the layover vlog for the DFW into the Tulsa leg, the 4th leg. We'll talk about this more in depth, but this was the first time that the travel plans flexible annotation came up for the voucher. As you guys may remember in the Dallas and Phoenix day trip, I also had this for my A321 Neo leg from Phoenix back to Dallas. So quite frankly, a very interesting situation. I will tell you guys what ended up happening. Long story short, I did not get called up for the voucher that me and my dad did choose to do, but we'll talk about that more in depth at a later time. But still, very interesting circumstances nevertheless. Here's a sneak peek at some awesome thunderstorm clouds on our way back to Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Be sure to stay on the lookout for the full cruise videos that'll be coming out very soon. But man, look at these monsters. Here we go with the seatback contents. Right here we have the CRJ 900 safety card from July of 2019, over 2 years old at this point. Really good demonstrations right here, and really appreciate the FAA's regulations to make sure that everybody will be safe on these flights. So really appreciate this right here. Absolutely amazing. Here's the back of it as well. Here's the in-flight entertainment and information July 2021 rendition of the entertainment page. As we know, unfortunately, the Wi-Fi wasn't working on this flight, so on this flight it was unfortunately kind of useless, but really really cool to see the Apple TV parent or partnership, I guess if you want to call it that right there. Really, really nice. And I really liked Snoopy, so that's why I pointed that out right there. But really nice lineup right there for American. And panning over into the air sickness bag or the waste bag right here, essential to have, especially in today's day and age. So really glad they have this on board for us here. And panning outside the cabin, some really nice views on our way over to the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Sneaky transition back in here, if you will, but the cruise has been so busy to this point, I've not got a chance to update you guys on how the cruise has been. So overall, the cruise has been really, really good. It has been uneventful. After we got our in-flight service, slightly after we finished climbing, there really hasn't been too much. Not any major turbulence or not, the biggest part has been what we've been able to see on the ground with all these landmarks and really cool thunderstorm clouds and all these intervals. Just that's been the main story. So entertainment's been the main way to go for this flight. It's definitely a longer one. This is about a 2-hour flight, so there's a lot to do. There is plenty of time to do stuff, in other words, on this flight. So, but still a really good cruising session. I've definitely enjoyed it, to say the least. And just like that, it is already time to descend into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. This approach is as simple as they come. We're going to be flying a left downwind for runway 17 center. We'll fly parallel to the runway on our downwind leg for run 7, and then around Louisville Lake, we'll turn our base leg, which will put us onto our final leg for runway 17 center. I'll be talking about my final thoughts on the flight here throughout the approach. Overall, it was absolutely amazing, but let's dive into the details as we approach Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. I thought American Eagle and PSA Airlines did another phenomenal job with this flight. I am going to repeat some of the things I said on my last review of the PSA CRJ 900 just to emphasize how amazing they are. Even though this flight wasn't super eventful, I still really enjoyed it. The amenities were nice, the cabin crew was friendly, the product for a regional jet was absolutely incredible, and I couldn't have asked for much more than what was presented. Not every regional jet has a pleasing experience, but I can confirm that PSA's CRJ-900s are one of the best regional jet products in the United States. This is one of the longer flights in the PSA network. These aircraft normally fly 60-minute to 90-minute flights, and this flight was around 2 hours, and I didn't once get uncomfortable nor displeased. Well done, American Eagle and PSA Airlines. Overall, just like my flight to Daytona Beach, the flight back was just as awesome. I really enjoyed the service from top to bottom, and American Eagle and PSA Airlines did an outstanding job doing such. Be sure to check out the full landing video when that comes out, as you'll not want to miss it. But with all that being said, here's our landing onto runway 17 center at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Enjoy, everybody.
Local time is 5:02. For your safety, please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened until the seatbelt sign has been turned off, and keep the aisle clear of all carry-on items. Take a moment to check your seat back pocket for any personal items such as tablets and cell phones. When opening the overhead compartments, use caution.
Welcome to Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, everybody. What an awesome landing and approach that was. Our inbound taxi was fairly complicated as it took us all the way around the airport, and this is sometimes how DFW operates on arrivals from the east side to the west side and vice versa. We took Mike 3 and then we took Mike all the way down the south side, then we went on Echo Sierra, and then we went north on Juliet Sierra all the way up to Taxiway Alpha. Following that, we took Alpha to the west side of the airport, and then we finally took Taxiway Golf all the way up the taxiway up to the Bravo concourse, where we would then park at Bravo 29 at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. That was a lot of taxiing, but it definitely was fun. So let's get into our arrival here at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport at gate Bravo 29. Thank you guys so much for watching this trip report on board the American Eagle operated by PSA Airlines Bombardier A0J-900 from Daytona Beach International Airport to Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Be sure to stay on the lookout for all the in-flight videos along with the layover vlog at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, as that was a very interesting situation to say the least. But with all that being said, everybody, I really hope you guys enjoyed this trip report. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and I hope you guys are excited for all the videos to come. So with all that being said, everybody, I really hope you guys enjoyed today's video. My name is Redriveraviation. I'd like to thank you guys so much for watching. Take it easy, everybody. Stay safe, trust the process, do what you love, and love what you do. My name is Redriveraviation. I want to thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys soon as Redriveraviation is signing off.
Refusing to wear a mask properly is a violation of federal law. It may result in denial of boarding, removal from the aircraft, and or
airspace covering. As we prepare for the onboard service, we begin using approved electronic devices. Wi-Fi service. As we prepare for the onboard service, we begin using approved electronic devices. Wi-Fi service available.
card will be collected now. We will be landing soon.
Dallas. The local time is 5:02. For your safety, please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened until the seatbelt sign has been turned off, and keep the aisle clear of all carry-on items. Take a moment to check your seat back pocket for any personal items such as tablets and cell phones. When opening the overhead compartments, use caution.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Redriveraviation. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day today, and today we have the layover vlog at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport from 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. on July 26, 2021. I hope you guys are excited for today's video. With all that being said, let's begin. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day. Thank you guys so much for stopping by today. Today we have a very unique layover vlog, to say the least. There was quite a few components that made this layover vlog super interesting, and I really hope you guys are excited for it. This was by far one of the most frustrating, but you know, one of those situations that honestly I would have never have expected in my whole aviation career, to be honest, with what ended up happening. While this was very frustrating from my perspective, I think you guys will understand why I chose to do what I did, and it definitely worked out fairly well. So in this layover vlog, I'm going to divide it into two segments. I'm going to divide it into a story time type segment where I explain what actually happened, and then we're going to be analyzing what I was able to capture during this layover vlog despite what it turned into. So I hope you guys are excited for this explanation. This was definitely a very unique situation, like I said, and I really hope you guys are excited for it. So here we go into the explanation of what happened on the return leg from from Daytona Beach, on the Daytona Beach day trip, I should say, back up to Tulsa. So here's what happened. So long story short, you guys are welcome to check out all the previous content, but most of you guys probably know the story at this point with this trip. This was a family trip that we were going on, and I was supposed to fly home on a different itinerary than what I ended up flying on. So you guys can check out the trip announcement video, but I actually was supposed to fly an American Airlines Boeing 777-300ER and an American Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 8 and an American Airlines Airbus A319, all in first class on the way back. But unfortunately, due to my mono illness, I was not able to do that. Instead, I had to fly back with my dad a couple days earlier than what I was anticipating. And while this was very unfortunate, I do think that was the right move for me at that time, simply because if I would have pushed myself anymore, it probably would have been pretty bad. So I'm really glad I chose to do what I did. But regardless, because of that, this situation was not ideal, and I did not set up what ended up happening in this layover. So the reason I brought that up was because this itinerary was just going to be my dad flying back by himself to get back to work on Monday. We flew back on a Sunday. I think it was a Sunday. I'm pretty sure it was a Sunday. But regardless, July 26, 2021, it was quite a day. As you guys may know and saw from the previous leg of the trip, we came in on an American Eagle Bombardier CRJ-900 operated by PSA Airlines from Daytona Beach, coming back home to Tulsa from our family trip. This flight went really well, as you guys probably saw all the footage and trip report from that trip. It was such a fun flight, really enjoyed it. It was a bunch of fun. So with that being said, we made it into Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport 5:30 p.m. Now, In an itinerary, I would not have planned an hour layover for my personal standards because, as you guys may know, I absolutely love aviation photography and interacting with the airports whenever I get a chance. Obviously, I live in rural America, so I'm not able to go to these big airports every day, so it's really fun when I am able to. So that's why I plan these layovers, to do some aviation photography and get to see all these amazing airplanes at airports like Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. And that is exactly what we did on our leg to Daytona Beach. Was we had a 3-hour layover. My parents ended up having a good time hanging out in the airport while I did my thing, so that worked perfectly fine. But on the return leg, like I said, my dad ended up having an itinerary that was very short. It was, for the layover at least, it was from 5:30 to 6:30. Now, in normal standards, that's fine for him, but unfortunately, since I needed to tag along, this was a little frustrating. So here's how it goes. So we arrive in on our CRJ-900 in Terminal B in the B concourse, obviously at B29. No problems so far. So my original plan was, obviously the layover wasn't very long. I wanted to get to the gate with at least 10 minutes to spare, so, or ample time to be able to board. So my initial goal was to do some plane spotting from roughly 5:40 p.m. to about 6:10, 6:20 p.m. because boarding, I think, started at 6:30-ish, somewhere in that ballpark. And this was my plan because I thought that it would be solid to get some solid. My plan was to go to the the North Skylink entrance to do some spotting up there because that is a really good spot in the evening time. So I thought, I can get a solid 45 minutes of plane spotting in, despite, this wasn't the original itinerary, but I was going to make this work to the best of my ability. And unfortunately, that completely got washed. So here's what happened. We arrived to the gate and I told my dad, I could have kept it to myself, but I just wanted to offer it, especially for what the compensation would have been. American Airlines, as you guys may know, over the pandemic, has been doing their typical, especially on busy flights, voucher system on the app. So what they'll do is they'll offer to move you to a later flight if you opt for a voucher, and they have different voucher amounts. Usually it's $150, $200, $250, and $350, or something like that. And I told Dad, I was like, we could opt for the $350 voucher if you want to wait for a little bit and try to get $700 out of the deal, 350 times 2 for 2 people. And he was like, "Yeah, that's a good idea." But he was kind of interested that he's never seen it before. In other words, so he was wanting to go see a gate agent, and I was like, "Yeah, I completely understand. So we can do that." So this is where the dumpster fire starts. So at B29, there's not a customer service representative desk anywhere in the area, which is perfectly fine. So we ended up walking all the way down Terminal B, and the one that was down there by like B10, it was somewhere in the mainline area where the mainline is now. And unfortunately, not only did that take about 15 minutes, but the even better part to that was the line was literally like zigzagging all the way out to the main hallway area, which was so unfortunate. So we passed on that line, and he was still interested to try to find somebody. So what we did was we got on the Skylink. I was able to get a few pictures, but we did not go all the way around. Obviously, we ended up just going over to Terminal A because, this is kind of one of those deals, and this is kind of a life lesson. I'm sure you guys may have had this kind of experience at some point in your life, especially if you're an aviation enthusiast. There's always a time where your parents, you want to do what they want to do, but you really want to do your own thing. And I'm sure everybody's had that experience. This is one of those times where I really just wanted to go do my own thing and plane spot for as long as I possibly could, because we were already 20 minutes down the drain at this point. I just wanted to go do some plane spotting, but Dad was really determined to try to find a customer service representative to see how this system worked, and quite frankly, I didn't know how it worked either. And I'll explain more on that here in a moment. So I did decide to go with him. It was unfortunate, but it was the right thing to do. So that worked perfectly fine. We went over to Terminal A, and their customer representative desk, I think it was somewhere around A20 or so. It's somewhere in there. That was also full. Actually, it may have been closed. It was either full or it was closed. I think one of them was full and one was closed. It may have been Terminal B that was closed. Regardless, though, one was closed and one was completely full. So at that point, we just gave up, and we were going to see how this worked for ourselves. So what ended up happening was we did end up going on to our gate, which was A38 in the Alpha Concourse. And at that point, we spent another probably 20 minutes walking down there because the customer representative desk was closer to the north entrance than the south entrance. So we ended up walking all the way down there, and by the time we got to the gate, it was about 6 o'clock, and we were supposed to board, I think, at 6:20. It was somewhere in there. And at that point, there was only 20 minutes left. By the time I would have got back to the North Skylink entrance, it probably would have been 6:10, and I would have had no time to do any spotting. So at that point, it was a lost cause, and my spotting outing at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport on this layover was tanked. That was all she wrote. There was no more spotting to be done, and the best I was going to be able to do was what we're about to see. So what ended up happening with the voucher, though, is I'm sure you guys may remember the 737 was the original itinerary. That's what we ended up getting on. I didn't know this till then, but the voucher is not guaranteed. What they'll do is the gate agent will call you. If they choose to opt for that, they'll give you your voucher, and you'll wait till the next flight. I was super tired, so honestly, I was kind of fine with it either way. I would have absolutely grinded on plane spotting. It was like, what, 7? So there was another hour and a half of light still, and I think it would have got us on probably an A320 flight. Now the 10:30 departure, that would have been pushing it. But regardless, it worked out fine, and we ended up getting on our 737, and the flight was good. I had my main cabin extra seat, and it worked well. And that report will be coming after this video next week, so I hope you guys are excited for that. It's definitely an interesting flight. It was one of those laid-back flights where there wasn't much going on, but it was cool because we did deviate and didn't go on a normal path, and there was a big thunderstorm in the area of Tulsa, so we did get to see some skirt clouds of that and different things like that. So we do have to say, flying in the southern regions during the summer, oh my, we've seen on every flight. But anyways, with all that being said, this was a tough situation for me. It was definitely a growing experience to realize that it was the right thing to do to help my dad out in this situation. Try to find a representative, even though we did end up giving up. But that's all right, because, you know, life doesn't go according to plan every day. And I have that sort of thing all the time, you know, between not being able to film when I want to, or having to reschedule things, or having to postpone different events. There's a lot of things that we just have to say in life, okay, and I'm not trying to make this a life lesson, I'm just simply saying from my perspective that this is just one of those situations where I just had to take a deep breath and be like, this has been an amazing trip. I've got to do quite a bit of plane spotting. Earlier in the day, as you guys saw in the Daytona Beach video, I got to do, what, 2.5, 3 hours of plane spotting. Got to see a lot of cool stuff. It wasn't the busiest airport ever, but I definitely got to do some. So, and then the previous layover at Dallas, man, that was phenomenal. You guys saw all the pictures for that. So I was still just feeling very fortunate that I was able to do that, and still getting to fly on another flight too, and make it home safely, of course, during these times. I mean, you know, it could have been so much worse, and I'm not trying to make it sound like that this was a tough situation, or, you know, the worst thing that could have happened. I was just simply trying to help my dad, and, you know, while I could have went on and did my own thing, I did what I thought was right, and there will be plenty of more opportunities to spot it, as long as everything goes according to plan. So this was quite the situation, to say the least, but I thought I did the right thing. So yeah, as you guys probably saw through the B-roll, I only had 2 actual video clips from walking in the hallway, so that was pretty interesting. But that was the first segment, the full story time of it. That is pretty much what happened. We did make it home safely, of course, and this is just one of those life experiences where sometimes you just got to make do with what you have, and that's pretty much the best that one can do in that regard. But it's all right. It happens. I completely understand, and it's all good. So with all that being said, we did end up getting to do some pretty good plane spotting, though, and I do want to show you guys that because there was a lot of good stuff, and I do feel like you guys would really enjoy it. So with all that being said, here we go into the full plane spotting itself. Now, there's about 200 pictures here, and there are some really good ones, so I'm super excited to share these with you guys. I think you guys will enjoy these for sure. So here we go. So as you guys can see, we are here with the pictures and preview, and we have a lot of really good ones. So starting right here with this American Eagle CRJ-900 wing picture, I just thought it was cool, and just to represent, we were on our flight, and I can kind of walk you guys through the full, every situation going through here. So here we go. Next up, here was our landing on 17 Center. As you guys may saw the landing video, got to see the hangar in some really good detail here, and there's an absolutely beautiful American Airlines Boeing 777-300ER. This is the only thing I hate about summer spotting is the haze is so bad. I think it's 727 Alpha November. I'm going to try to take a look. 773 Alpha Romeo, pardon me. So that's looking really good. The American hangar is always going strong. I missed 757 sitting over there. Then we have the Spirit A319s that were still grinding at that time. That right there was actually a key moment. I'm sorry, I went a little fast there. My bad. Sorry. Backing up here. There is November 857 Alpha Echo, the last American Eagle number ERJ-140, the second to last, pardon me, and 858 were the last 2. This is my last Ember 140 I saw, is what I was trying to lead to. What a bittersweet moment right here. I'm so glad that I got to see 858 and 857 in the summer of 2021 to finish off this what's the word for it? This avenue strong. And I also got to see 842 earlier in the year, so this is absolutely perfect. He was loading up with service to maybe Garden City. I'm not sure. I would have to double check. But this was just super, super cool to get to see this here at E24A. My last American number 140. What a moment in this connotation. It was super cool to see it for sure. So glad I got to see that. There's the Spirit Baby buses. There's an Ember 145 right there. And then we're taxiing over to the other side of the airport to concourse B like I highlighted in Triport. There's an Envoy 175. American A321 taking off. There's the West Hangars, pardon me. And then we have a all white Mesa 900, which is really cool. And then there's another 900, and it was kind of backlit, so I couldn't do too much spotting. But there's 254, Emirates 777 in the background. That's really cool. I forgot about that. And then we walked all the way down the concourse B, all the way to the end of it for the customer service. Then this is the South B entrance Skylink. So we did get to see Vita Aerobus for the very first time. This is really cool. Yes, it's backlit, but honestly, it's still good. This camera's busting, man. It's still doing a really good job. I'm really happy with the DSLR. There's 820 Alpha Lima. That's actually Gemini Jet's first release. That's really cool. I'm telling you guys, we always see things when things are going on. I did get this quick snapshot on the Skylink before we went down to the customers representatives of the American 77, so that was awesome. And this GA ramp also going super strong. We got Learjet, Citation, Challenger, a Falcon, 2 Falcons, and another Learjet. So that's looking really good. Some really nice stuff right there for sure. Then we got to the gate, and there is Reno Air. This was my second time seeing Reno Air, because the first time was in the Dallas and Phoenix day trip, which was very cool at night. My first time seeing Reno Air during the day. This is one of my absolute favorite special liveries, so this was super, super cool. Was so glad it parked right next to it, and just look at all that ground service equipment too. But Reno Air, it's going out to Boise, Idaho, which was a really cool flight. Definitely a good time of the day to do this flight, in my opinion. So I was really glad to get to see that. That was very, very cool. Here's our aircraft that we took from Alpha 38 November 881 November. Better shot coming up. The intervals were blocking it up just right there. Like I said, absolutely beautiful airplane. I wish it wasn't so backlit, but then I boarded, I think I was 9A, I think. I would have to double check. I think it was 9A, but this was an awesome main cabin extra seat. Just, I don't know about you guys, but honestly, looking through pictures like this, it's just such a vibe, especially older ones. And this is already kind of getting old. It's almost a year old already, but DSLR always does a great job. There's Reno Air from the side right there. American A320, and then I get a lot of taxiing shots, as you'll see right here. This is one reason why I absolutely love the 18x300 lens. Being able to get shots from that to that is just absolutely incredible. Here's a beautiful tail shot of the American 737 right there. That was really cool on C6, shut down APU, reminder for the pilots. That was very cool. Here's American Airlines 737-800, November 820, November. Looking really good. Keep in mind, you're not going to be seeing any logo winglets at this point in time in July of 2021. Really nice lighting. I got very fortunate that we were in this situation for some good pictures. And we were over on the CRD 900 rival. That was really bad, so this kind of made up for it. American 737-800. And these also made up for not getting to do any actual spotting, if you guys know what I'm saying. Here's the Airbus lineup as well. There's a really good shot, 924. There's 741, 806, and a couple more Airbuses. Looking really, really good. Some CFMs going strong. Delta A220. I don't think I got a very good shot, but hey, it's okay. Can't read. Kind of one of the standards, in my opinion, is if you can't read the registration, it's probably not very good. So, RIP. There's a better shot of 806, and then we have what's the other one in the back? I can't see. Do I zoom in on it here? As you guys know, I love to go for multiple shots. 155, and I can't see the other 321. There's 660 American A320. These A320s invaded, man. It was insane. Then there was 177 Uniform Sierra. Really nice shots right here, the Airbuses. This one, 559 Uniform Whiskey in the DFW tower as well. The reflection makes it kind of hard at times, especially when you can't control your position, but it's all good. May have to crop out a nose shot out of that one. American A321, this was a very nice one. I didn't get a tail number. 158 Alpha November, looking really good right there. Also, look at the tail. That's a very interesting pattern design right there. Very unique to say the least. Next up, we have this absolutely beautiful American Airlines Boeing 787-8. If I sneeze, I apologize in advance. I'll just leave it in for the heck of it. Sorry, guys. Let's see what the tail number was. I think it's 847 Alpha. 814 Alpha. Looking really good. These 787s are really nice, man. I really hope to fly on one soon. Then we have the 737-800. 846 November. One thing I've noticed, we've seen so many older 737s in this batch. It's been really interesting. Here's a newer one, though. This is 939, I think that was. 939, bad shot, but hey, we did get to see one, so there it is. Lot 737 still. Another one in November 907, Alpha November. I actually flew this aircraft from Dallas to Albuquerque in August of 2018, so really cool to get another reunion with this guy. Pretty sure that was the flight. If I missed it, I apologize, but I'm pretty sure that was the one, so really cool to get to see that. That was the window, actually, believe it or not. This, I'll put my cursor here. This issue right there, that was actually the window, so it was kind of unfortunate, but it's all good. And he was taxiing out with service out to wherever that my man was going. There's a nice tail shot of 737. There's a wing view again. Some pretty bad shots of Spirit 321, better shot of 907. RIP Spirit. And then we have the American Sharklet A319. Obviously, you guys can tell when spotting from the window is not that easy. I didn't even catch this. It looks like we have some sort of citation phenom, something like that for GA wise. So looking good. Quite a bit of GA for Dallas, honestly. And then we have all of our American mainline action going on strong here, looking good. 737. Another 737, backlit Airbuses, 787 parked up there, 576, and another A321. It looks like, can't see the tail number. I'll just zoom in for the heck of it. Got to know what I'm seeing, right? 535 Uniform Whiskey, and my bad. There we go, much better. All right, here we go. 987 Alpha November. That's one of the original ones. That one may have got retired. I'm not sure. Ooh, nice shot of that G4. I think it's a G4, 450. I'm pretty sure. That's looking really good. There's that Challenger. There's the Falcon 20. I think Falcon 10 or 20 with winglets looking really good. Learjet's 55 or 60, I think. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. Getting better with GA every day. This is good practice. Citation, I think it's maybe just a 560 or an Encore. I think I'm probably off. I apologize. Oh, that's really cool. They got the corporate aviation frequency of 122.95. I see the things that you learn as a pilot is just incredible, or just see differently for sure. It's so amazing. Really nice shot of that Falcon right there. That's a Falcon 20 or 50, I think. I'm sorry, maybe something else. I probably need to look that one up. That's still looking good though. There's that Learjet. I think that's a 60, looking good. And there's another Citation 2. That one is. Thanks for the engine for getting to sneak that one out right there. That was very much appreciated. And there's some more shots there. There's a Mason 900 on final. Seen double, gone wrong. It's the only thing that's tough with these windows, man. It's so hard, but I was just doing my best. Now, this is a really cool shot. Now, this is super funny. Now, I've seen 681 at Stillwater the other day. I don't know what day it was, but it was coming in. I did get to see it, so that was really cool. But let's take a look, because this is actually a really good shot. Now, the 145 was a little out of focus, but I'm going to give it a break just simply because of, oops, sorry about that, of what we have in the foreground here. So we have a FedEx 767, FedEx A300, and 2 MD-11s, and a Continental Globe 737 landing. So this is a really tough focus shot for the camera, but I'm glad that it was able to do its best, and it's still going to be a nice shot. I'm really happy with that. Then we have 681 right here landing. Cool to get. I've seen them so many times. It's insane. Did I get a better one? That's actually the last shot. Dang, that was it. So, yeah, it's still a really solid sequence, though. I would say some of the best shots with that American 787. The Vita Airbus was really cool. Plenty of GA right there on that ramp. That FBO is a really nice place, even though it's super expensive to fly into DFW. So, for whoever does, really much appreciated. Who else do we have here? Reno Air, absolutely great catch right there. So, it wasn't, a groundbreaking sequence. I don't even, outside that Continental Globe landing in the background, I'm trying to think if we saw any other different airlines. The Qatar in the background was cool too, but I'm just trying to think of like a really good shot I got in another airline. I'm trying to think. Spirit wasn't very good, so. But this is still a really cool sequence, and yes, I'm sorry that this was a little bit more boring of a layover vlog, but I hope you guys enjoyed this, and I like showing you guys these pictures because they'll be coming to Instagram soon, but I don't have a particular time frame. I'm still in 2019 on IG, so doing my best, but I hope you guys understand. So yeah, but that's the layover. We'll be moving into the American Airlines 737-800 for the final leg of the Daytona Beach trip, which will be the inbound into Tulsa. We'll have the trip port, pushback and engine start, and taxi, takeoff, the cruise, and landing, and obviously the outro vlog for the final piece of the trip. 737 flight was really good. There was a cool deviation like I mentioned previously, and it's solid to get to review the main cabin. Actually, it's a solid product, so I was glad I was able to do that. So overall, it was a really good flight. I hope you guys are excited for it, and that will finish off the Dallas and Phoenix the Daytona Beach trip. I'll also put all the videos together for one full one, like I did with the Dallas or the the Dallas and Phoenix day trip, pardon me. So really happy with how this trip has went so far. As long as nothing changes, we're going to be on our 4-month itinerary finally for the first time forever, which is really cool. Really glad it worked out this well. So really glad that you guys have enjoyed it. Thank you guys for all the support on the videos. Feel free to check out anyone's. They have the whole video series has its full playlist, so feel free to check that out. It's been super fun, and I've really enjoyed it. And more trips to come. As long as everything goes according to plan, the next one is coming up very soon. In fact, trip announcement should be out in the next coming days. Be on the lookout for that, and that's going to take us into May. The real life content's been grinding. I really hope to get the spotting vlog going, pilot life stuff as well, and aviation news, of course, and everything else in the realms. It's so fun to analyze, and really have enjoyed my goodness, I've really enjoyed sharing my experiences with you guys, pardon me. So yeah, it's been absolutely awesome. Really hope you guys are excited for it. It's going to be awesome, and I'm so excited for what's to come. So with all that being said, everybody, that will do it for this Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport layover vlog. Kind of a dumpster fire, but we definitely made the most of it, so I'm really glad it ended up working out somewhat well. Let me know what you guys think of it, and tell me what you guys would have done in the comment section. Would you have helped your dad in this situation? Just curious. Feel free. But regardless, that will do it for today's video, everybody. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed it. Be sure to stay on the lookout for all the upcoming videos from Dallas and Phoenix day trip. We are winding down, but we still have a lot of good ones to come, so be sure to stay on the lookout for it. So with all that being said, that will do it for today's video, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. My name is Redriveraviation. Thank you guys so much for watching. Take it easy, everybody. Stay safe. Trust the process. Do what you love and love what you do. My name is Redriveraviation. I want to thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys soon as Redriveraviation is signing off. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Redriveraviation. Hope you guys had a fantastic day today. And today we have the trip report on the American Airlines Boeing 737-800 from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport to Tulsa International Airport on July 26, 2021. I hope you guys are excited for today's video. And with all that being said, let's begin. Welcome to Gate Alpha 38 in the Alpha Concourse. This is quite the unique situation coming off the unfortunate sequence of events from the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport layover vlog. Nevertheless, I was still super excited to get on board this American Airlines Boeing 737-800 November 881 November with service to none other than Tulsa International Airport. Without any further delay, let's get on board and get seated. And welcome to seat AA aboard this American Airlines Boeing 737-800 main cabin EJTA. What a phenomenal seat. Right here, though, we have the absolutely stunning American Airlines Boeing 737-800 in the Reno Air Heritage paint scheme. It was so awesome to finally get to see this during the day. Absolutely amazing. And then right here, we have the seat back contents, as you can see, with the new safety car, which was nice. A lot of leg room, which everybody always loves. Plenty of room to move around. And of course, this is the Oasis cabin, but this was actually upgraded the Kodiak, as you'll see through some of the clips where we have the new headboard between first class and main cabin, so that was really nice right there. Here's a better look at our seat AA here in main cabin EJTA. As you can tell, we have an ample amount of legroom, which is really nice. Despite this being a short flight, it was still nice to be back in main cabin EJTA. We have the seat back contents and the device holder, which is quite an interesting thought here on the Oasis and Kodiak cabins, to say the least. Then we have this beautiful engine wing view combo, which I really like, and Reno Air going strong. He was out to Boise, Idaho today, which is a really nice mainline service during the summer. And all this ground service equipment going super strong. Thank you to all of our ramp employees for making our airports run. I think DFW has several hundred ramp employees, so really appreciate it from all of them. It really means a lot. Here's the armrests, which are kind of flimsy, to be quite honest. And then down here, we also have the flotation device, which is really nice to see. And lo and behold, it was already time to push back from Gate Alpha 38 in the Alpha Concourse at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Be sure to stay on the lookout for the full pushback, engine start, and taxi videos. This was definitely a unique taxi out, as we have to go all the way back since we can't turn around this little alleyway, which is really cool. We had a fairly simple taxi for DFW standards. We took Echo Juliet and made a left on Lima and went all the way down Lima before holding short of Echo Foxtrot, and then surprisingly we went over to the other side of the runway and held short before we took off on runway 17 right. I'm not sure if this was for spacing or what it was, but it was definitely interesting to say the least. It was also very nice to get to see so many American Airlines and other airlines aircraft taxiing around DFW. It was super active during the summer and I got some great pictures. It was absolutely awesome. And here's where we taxi across the runway right here. This was very interesting for sure. It was about at this point that I realized that we were not taking off right then and there, which was very interesting. So as you can see, we just went over to the other side and we ended up doing a turn. It was definitely really interesting, but hey, it's all good. It's definitely something unique to say the least. And here's our takeoff on runway 17 right at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. I hope you guys enjoy. Let's do this. Due to a thunderstorm in the proximity of Tulsa, we ended up having to adjust our flight plan quite a bit to make it into TUL this evening. We ended up having to fly pretty far east of Dallas before we were able to finally turn north towards Tulsa, but it did provide some great views on our way up to 25,000 feet. And here we go with the 737 seatback contents. We have the October 2019 rendition of the safety card. Really cool to get one of the newer ones. Most of the time I've got the previous one, so really nice to get that. And I like their colored banner, that's pretty cool too. And unfortunately, the only other item you're gonna find nowadays with American is the waist bag, as unfortunately the American Way magazine is no longer. I'm gonna miss it dearly, man. It was such a great magazine, as we will for always remember. So unfortunate. And of course we have the Kodiak cabin. It's one of those things, it is what it is, I suppose. And then Cirrus clouds do develop during the summer, believe it or not, so cool to see those. Now let's dive into some information about the American Airlines Boeing 737-800. American Airlines has 304 Boeing 737-800s with 271 active and 33 stored according to airfleets.com, but that number has been fluctuating constantly as of late as American's been bringing back older 737s very fast. American stored several 737s during the pandemic but has brought almost all of them back over the last year and hopefully more to come. American has retrofitted the majority, if not all, of their Boeing 737-800s with Kodiak as far as I'm aware, which definitely has its pros and cons. American typically uses the 737 on a variety of mainline flights around the United States, and they're relatively evenly distributed between American Airlines hubs. You'll find American Airlines 737s operating 45-minute flights like this Tulsa to Dallas example, but you'll even find American Airlines 737s flying routes like Miami to San Francisco, which can be almost a 6-hour flight depending on wind directions. The Boeing 737 has been a workhorse for American in a variety of ways, and I believe that there's definitely a chance the 737-800 goes down as one of the most valued aircraft in the American Airlines fleet. This particular 737-800, November 881 November, is one of the middle of the pack American Airlines 737-800s in the fleet. She was delivered brand new to American Airlines on the 13th of December of 2011. This 737-800 was only 9.5 years old at the time of the flight and is still going strong to this day. Air travel has made huge strides since 2020, and there's no doubt that the numbers reflect that. From January 2021 to December 2021, the Dallas-Fort Worth to Tulsa route saw 248,000 passengers according to the Bureau of Transportation Statistics. Pre-pandemic, that number was about 300,000 consistently. While we're not quite back to where we started, and definitely some assets are gone for good, we are doing pretty darn good all things considered. Let's not forget about this amazing view from 8A as we are approaching Tulsa International Airport. Luckily, the storm has depleted to this point, and there are some really cool lingering storm clouds for us to look at on our approach in the TUL. Our approach in Tulsa International Airport is as simple as they come. We made a straight in for runway 36 right after making a slight turn in from the southeast. Despite the simple setup, this approach made for some amazing views of the Oklahoma plains and Tulsa as a whole. Let's end off this trip the right way and recap this flight on our approach for runway 36 right at TUL. I thought American Airlines did an excellent job with this flight. Even though it was uneventful inside the cabin, I still had a great time following our unique flight plan returning home to Tulsa International Airport. The crew was awesome, the seat was solid, and the experience was fun. 8A on the American Airlines Boeing 737-800 is an awesome seat in main cabin extra. I would recommend it to anybody flying an American 737-800 looking for a little extra legroom if you get a good price on the product. Stay on the lookout for the in-flight videos as those will be coming out very soon. But nevertheless, here's the landing on a runway 36 right at Tulsa International Airport. Enjoy, everybody. Welcome to Tulsa International Airport, everybody. We had a very simple taxi back to the terminal. We took Juliet 2 and we went all the way down Juliet and we made it to our gate Alpha 9. It was by far one of the simplest taxis I've ever been a part of.
Let me be the first to welcome you to Tulsa when the local time is now 8:06 p.m. On behalf of American Airlines, we'd like to thank you for flying with us.
Thank you guys so much for watching this trip report on board the American Airlines Boeing 737-800 from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport to Tulsa International Airport. Stay on the lookout for the upcoming in-flight videos from this leg of the Daytona beach trip along with all the upcoming content from my next trip. Y'all will not want to miss that. Also, don't forget to check out the Daytona Beach playlist so you guys do not miss any videos from this trip. With all that being said, my name is Redriveraviation. I'd like to thank you guys so much for watching. Take it easy, everybody. Stay safe, trust the process, do what you love, and love what you do. My name is Redriveraviation. I want to thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys soon as Redriveraviation is signing off.
To exit, jump onto the slide and move away from the airplane. In a water evacuation, life rafts are located in marked ceiling compartments. All exits are clearly marked with signs and opening instructions. If needed, exit path lighting in the aisle will illuminate near the floor to guide you to an exit indicated by signs and lights. In the event of an emergency, leave all belongings and proceed to the closest usable exit. If needed, oxygen masks will drop from an overhead compartment. Remain seated with your seatbelt fastened and pull the mask down to start the flow of oxygen. Place the mask over your nose and mouth and put the elastic band over your head. Pull the straps to tighten and breathe normally. You should always put on your mask before
welcome you to Tulsa, where the local time is now 8:06 p.m. On behalf of American Airlines, we'd like to thank you for flying with us. We know that you have a choice when traveling, and we do appreciate you choosing American Airlines. If you're here in Tulsa for business or pleasure, we hope that you have a very pleasant stay. And if you're returning home, we welcome you home. Once again, thank you for flying with us, and we look forward to seeing you on another American Airlines flight. And for those of you who have taken an application of our Advantage Red MasterCard from Barclays, if you have completed them, please just hand them over to a flight attendant for expedited approval. And if you haven't, just take them home, fill it out, and put it in the mail. We will have a few of these applications available at the front door for those of you who still wish to have an application with you. Thank you. Flight attendant, verify disarm doors, stand by for all.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Redriveraviation. Hope you guys had a fantastic day today. And today we have the arrival and the conclusion vlog of the Daytona Beach trip from July 22nd through 26th of 2021. I hope you guys are excited for today's video. With all that being said, let's begin. There will be three main sections to this video. First and foremost, we'll have the arrival in Tulsa International Airport and go into detail about that. Then we'll have the conclusion, the recap of the whole Daytona Beach trip and all the content that we made for it. And lastly, we'll talk about what to expect in the future with the in real life content and what's to come in that regard. I hope you guys are excited for today's videos. We have a lot of details to dive into, and let's do just that as we'll begin by deplaning at Tulsa International Airport after the arrival on the American Airlines Boeing 737-800 on the last leg inbound from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Alrighty, so here's our aircraft right here. This is November 881, November as we arrived in from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Thunderstorms were west of the airport, so obviously that left some overcast here on this nice July evening, but it was really nice to see, and obviously all the bags coming off and all of that fun stuff, so that was going very, very well. So again, it was crazy to already be back, but it was so nice, and Tulsa International Airport's a great airport, as you can see. I was definitely a little wore out, as you guys may know. I was fairly ill, 8:15 for the time, so but nevertheless, it was definitely, it was bittersweet, let's say that. it was bittersweet to be back. But some nice looking floors here. I need to be a little bit more, I guess, not nervous when filming, because you can tell I was filming a lot of the floor. Took it over to A10 to see what was going on over here. I don't know if there's anything particular. I think I was just looking around. So very nice right here. Of course, arriving back in with my dad, which was nice. Looking at the gates here, fairly empty terminal at this time of day. There wasn't too much going on. Not a ton of arrivals back in yet. UPS A300 just arrived, so that's very nice to see right there. And the seats are really nice. The airport's a great airport, man. I would love to go even more into detail about it, perhaps. Maybe a full video on it or something. But it's always nice to get the highlighted and all that fun stuff. So you love to see it, and I'm very excited to be back very soon. It wasn't very soon from the time of filming this video, but nevertheless, it was still fairly soon from when we're getting this video posted. So you love to see it. Again, nice concrete tile floor type design. I'm not sure what the full details of that are, but there's obviously some miscues like that little hinge there in the floor and all that fun stuff. So I don't know what my intention with filming here was. I guess this was just B-roll in case I chose to do like an overlay or something. I'm gonna rank the flights a little bit differently, as you guys will see here in a moment, but yeah, I guess this was just overlay nevertheless. So, but yeah, Tulsa International Airport, again, it's a great airport, and hopefully this gets accelerated, because I think this is a plentiful amount of time filming the floor. I may have been on the phone. I can't hear the audio, so I guess I may have been on the phone. I'm not exactly sure, but there we go. Finally getting some moving in, just some additional footage, I guess, of the floor. So, and yeah, vacuum would have been nice there. It appears to be, though. It came out a little bit dirty, so not bad. Taking it over to the gate, I believe this is Alpha 7 that we're looking at. Do we have an aircraft here? No, just looking outside. As you can see, a little bit of sunset, but looking good. You got the baggage carousels and no United flights or anything here at this point, but we do have a visitor down the hallways. Hopefully I filmed that. I know I got a picture for sure, so I'll definitely talk about it. But yeah, again, sorry for the freestyle here. I expect this to be a little bit more fluid, but this clip actually turned into being a little bit of a mess. So there's the baggage claim, some air vents, and I gotta get a little bit slower when filming, as you guys can tell. That was definitely a little janky, but nevertheless, we were getting ready to take it to the baggage, as we had some bags to get, of course, from our trip. So very nice here. And yeah, again, vacuum would have been good, but this is gate Alpha 7, of course. Really like these TVs and the screens. They look really good. Tulsa International Airport does a great job. There's a little hint of what we'll be talking about over there, as you guys may or may not saw that. That is a little bit late for this aircraft on the flight that we'll talk about here in a moment. So again, Tulsa International Airport, great airport, as you can see by the amenities. It looks really good, and we'll just cut it there since we've done so much filming on the floor here. Well, you know what? We got 5 seconds, so we might as well finish it out. But yeah, lots of filming of the floor, and I apologize about that, but at least we got the footage in nevertheless. Okay, so as you guys can see right here with this picture, this is the Allegiant Air Airbus A320 in from Destin, Fort Walton Beach. So it was crazy to see this aircraft was super delayed. I think it was a 5-hour delay. I think it was supposed to get in at like 4 o'clock. I forgot the exact details, but it was supposed to get in way before it was finally here. So everybody at the gate was definitely frustrated. I could definitely see the emotion. It was very unfortunate for sure, but I definitely got to check that out, and that was quite interesting. But this is just Allegiant at their prime, man. And hopefully it'll get better. I think this was more of a weather delay than anything, so this wasn't completely Allegiant's fault. But yeah, the consistent delays from Allegiant are very unfortunate. So gotta make do with what you have there, as you can see for sure. Transitioning into the next clip, here we go through the airport right there. It looks like there was a sign that they were talking about championships, so that was interesting. One of the favorite parts of Tulsa International Airport for me is this baggage carousel. As you guys can see, the bags go through the windows, which is really cool. We talked about this in the last conclusion vlog, but really nice to see it again, of course, and it looks really, really good. And of course, this was during the times of the mask mandate and all that fun stuff. So again, fully optional nowadays, so there you go there. And as you can tell, we are walking over here to get our bags from, I believe it was Carousel 3 for this flight. No, was it 2? I guess it was 2. I thought it was 3, but it appeared to be 2 for this flight. So again, very nice. Love to see Carousel 2 going strong as usual. There's 3 per the concourse, 3 in A, 3 in B. So yeah, waiting for our bags to get here in from the flight. So they came fairly quickly, and that was very nice. And as you can see, we got our bags nice and fluidly, so that was very nice. I think it was about 8:30, 8:45 at this point. So yeah, began walking over to our car, which was in the main parking garage. And again, very fluidly, and glad there was no rain or anything to rain on our parade, just like there was in Daytona Beach earlier in the day. But hey, this worked out really well. So it was great to be home, loving Tulsa during the summer months. Very, very good. And yeah, so taking it back, of course, we'll have the rental car areas here. I'll try to get some diversity next time I make it up there, because of course, I think the next trips I'll be doing are more independent, and I'm not as nervous filming in front of my mom than my dad. My mom, I think, will be coming on a few of these trips with me coming up. So that should be a little bit more fluid going forward. But yeah, again, sorry for the bunch of filming on the ground, but there we go, finally getting panned up a little bit. Different rental car facility parking areas going on here, so looks really, really good. And again, labeled per slot. So yeah, very nice. And I believe this is the last clip before we take it into the conclusion. Alrighty guys, so that was the last clip right there, and yeah, ultimately it was a really smooth and simple experience. I hope to get some more footage going forward, and hopefully some more diversity, because filming the floor for half, that was probably not necessary. But nevertheless, let's get into the full recap of the trip. So we began right where we just left off here at Tulsa International Airport, as we checked in on July 22nd, 2021, roughly at 7 a.m. of course, for our 737-800 flight, as we made our way over to Alpha 9, where we boarded that American Airlines Boeing 737-800 with the registration November 804, November, with the non-stop service out to Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. The flight was really good. There was a lot of diversity, a really nice clear flight, and I really enjoyed it. So we arrived in Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport at roughly 9:30 a.m. and it was really good as we proceeded into the layover at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. This was a phenomenal layover, excuse me, as we had a lot of awesome stuff going on. We did some amazing plane spotting from the Skylink and from the North Terminal B extension, as you guys may have saw with all those pictures that we talked about in that layover vlog. Also had a very good lunch, and it was a really nice 3-hour layover to get a lot of spotting done, and I really enjoyed it. Which then proceeded us on to the next leg of the this Daytona Beach trip, as we flew from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport to Daytona Beach International Airport on board the American Airlines Bombardier Day-900 operated on the behalf of PSA Airlines with the registration November, I think this was 556, no, I'm sorry, this was 600 November, I believe. Sorry about that. And that was an awesome flight. We had some phenomenal views, in the amenities on the PSA Day-900, first time flying those in 4 years, was really good. That was very enjoyable, and that was a phenomenal experience, as I really enjoyed it. Again, some phenomenal views, and it was absolutely incredible as we made it into Daytona Beach for the first time, as I was really excited. I've never been to Daytona Beach before, so it was definitely a first, but they have a really nice small airport, and it was really good, as we saw from that the full Daytona Beach trip vlog. And then we went in, of course, the thunderstorm came in and about rained on our parade, no pun intended. So that was absolutely crazy, but luckily we were able to beat the storm, make it into our condo, which was really nice. And then we had a phenomenal experience at Daytona Beach. Me and my family did. It was really good. From the beach to all the attractions, there was so much going on. It was really cool. So despite spending a lot of time in the room, since I was really tired and not able to do anything, I still really enjoyed my time at Daytona Beach as a whole. The beach was great. It was really good experience overall. We didn't do a whole lot, but it was definitely very good for the time that I was able to, and I really enjoyed it nevertheless. After a really quick, I think it was 3 full days, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, it was something like that. After a really good 3 days, we made it back over to Daytona Beach International Airport. The rest of my family was going on to Orlando, so me and my dad took it to Daytona Beach International Airport for a few hours, since we had nothing to do till our flight. It was like I think like 3:50 or something like that. But nevertheless, we waited for our flight, and I got to do some plane spotting at Daytona Beach, which was really cool. Got to assess the airport, which was really nice. Daytona Beach is a really cool airport. Of course, it has the NASCAR Daytona 500 right next to it. Of course, the ERU Daytona Beach campus, so a lot of ERU traffic at the airport, and some solid civil traffic as well. So that was a really cool experience, and I definitely enjoyed that, to say the least. Next up was our flight back over to Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport on board the American Eagle, operated by PSA Airlines Bombardier Day-900, which was really good on November 556, November. Very similarly to our flight on the way here, there was a lot of scenic views, and it was really good on the way back. I really enjoyed it. There was a lot of variety to it, to say the least. So it was a great flight as we made it back into Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. And then we probably had my worst layover of all time at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport due to a really tight connection and some miscues on me and my dad's side. We ended up not getting to do any like formal plane spotting for the most part, which was very unfortunate. The good news that was we made it to our 4th and final flight of the trip, which was on board the American Airlines Boeing 737-800 November 881 November on our way back home to Tulsa International Airport. As you guys saw, we got to do some good plane spotting from the window, at least, so that was really nice, and that made up for the lack of spotting on the way in. But nevertheless, we had a really good flight back. I was seated in 9F, which was a really nice main cabin extra seat, as we got to take a look at that. And we saw some really good views as we went into some overcast over layers from a thunderstorm that was moving into the Oklahoma area, as we made it back to Tulsa International Airport that evening at about 8:30. And I'm not going to go into the rest, because we pretty much just took a look at the rest. We had a really nice deplaning process, as you guys saw, and made it back over to our car and took it home. And that was the Daytona Beach trip in its full entirety with the family. So this trip was really good as a whole, just taking a look at the whole picture. Obviously, it was a family trip, so really glad we got to make so much content for it. the process was pretty good. Now, the reason that these last two videos, the outro vlog along with the full trip video, came out so late is because we had some miscues getting some trips going into the future, but luckily, hopefully, as long as everything went according to plan, that's been taken care of. So sorry that we had to use May as a transitioning month, but nevertheless, it did go pretty well. So I was definitely happy to see the progress there, and it went really, really well. So going into the future, we have a lot of awesome stuff to talk about. To fully conclude the Daytona Beach trip, we're going to have the full trip, of course, which is very similar to the Dallas and Phoenix day trip. All the videos will be meshed into one full video, and you're more than welcome to check that out if you're interested. Those videos have been really fun to produce, and I've really enjoyed them. And if you're looking for one marathon to go on and watch, this would be a perfect opportunity for anybody to do as such. So that is how that will happen. There's also a full playlist if you're looking for any particular videos. Of course, we had both flights on the American 737-800 and both the flights on the American Eagle CRJ-900. So if you're looking for anything particular, whether it's in-flight videos, layover vlogs, the trip reports, all that will be in the playlist, and definitely be sure to check them out. You can also find links in the description for particular segments of those flights in those respective flights and the legs respectively. So feel free to check that out. I've got that all orientated for you guys, and I hope you guys appreciate that. So definitely expect that as well. That will be really, really nice. So going into the future, of course, we do have some really exciting upcoming trips. I'll talk about those more as we get closer, but you can definitely expect a trip announcement for the next one. I know the miscues have been awful lately. I'm really hopeful this is going to happen. I will announce it formally, and hopefully we'll finally be able to break the curse of the miscues. But I don't anticipate this one being an issue. I think that this one should go fairly fluidly, so I'm really excited. And that will be 3 legs of that trip. So that will take us through the summer. The flights are not the one of them is very exciting. That's the reason we're doing the trip. But the other 2 are not like earth-shattering by any means, but we'll definitely make it good do. So these will be really good, and that'll take us through the full summer, so you can definitely expect all the content from that. And then the next trip, as far as I'm aware, is going to be really good as well. That will probably take us to the end of the year in terms of content. So expect the upcoming trip to be June, July, August, and then expect the following trip to be September, October, November, December. So this will pretty much perfectly take us into the following trip. We may have a couple transitioning months, so expect all of this summer content for these first 2 trips to hopefully be out by late next year if everything goes early next year to be if everything goes according to plan. Following that, I'm sure there will be more trips over the summer, so stay tuned for it, and also some stuff next fall. So hopefully the backlog is going to begin to grow again, because obviously we kind of ran out here on the back half, but that's fine because it's finally time to travel again. I'm really excited, and I hope you guys are as well. So I really hope you guys enjoyed this trip. Be sure to stay on the lookout for the full trip if you're wanting to watch the trip in its entirety. I'm sure you guys would really enjoy it, and it's going to be great, and it'll be a perfect way to finish off the Daytona Beach trip, which was really, really good. I think the trip was very fun. We obviously made the most of it. It was a very unique experience, but luckily I think it went the best that it could, and I think we're in a much better place now, and we did our best. So it was a very unique situation, to say the least, but we made some great content for it. I think it went really well, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. I really did, and it was a great way to experience it, and I'm really excited for what's to come going into our next trip, and I hope you guys are as well. So with all that being said, I believe that will do it for this video. Let me know if you guys have any recommendation, feedback, thoughts, any of that fun stuff going into the upcoming trips in terms of content, how you'd like to see it edited, or anything you'd like to see particular, or new graphics, or layover styles, or things like that. You just let me know, and I'll be sure to integrate it. Really excited for what's to come. It's going to be awesome, and I'm so excited for it. Thank you guys so much for all the support in Dallas. And I'm so used to saying that. I'm so sorry, guys. The Daytona Beach trip, it was really much appreciated, and there was a lot of great flights to it. I promise it's going to get more interesting going forward. We're going to kind of start with some appetizer stuff, which will lead us into some very interesting flights going forward. I hope you guys are excited for it, and I haven't decided if I'm going to change around the styles any, because some of the flights I'm taking are going to be very significant, so I'm not sure if I'm going to want to post those first or stay in the same schedule. Really haven't decided yet. Obviously, you guys know with all the other content that I do, I try to keep everything fairly organized so we have a good flow going. So that's kind of the plan, but I'll be sure to keep you guys informed going forward. Hope you guys are excited for it. Nevertheless, it's going to be awesome, and I really hope you guys are excited for it. So with all that being said, that will do it for the full Daytona Beach trip, the conclusion, and the outro vlog. Fun trip. Really hope you guys enjoyed it. Feel free to catch up if you missed anything particular. I'm sure you guys would really enjoy it, and it was a very, very fun trip. Really enjoyed it. I'm so excited for the upcoming trips to come. So thank you guys so much for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed today's video. My name is Redriveraviation. I'd like to thank you guys so much for watching. Take it easy, everybody. Stay safe. Trust the process. Do what you love and love what you do. My name is Redriveraviation. I want to thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys soon as Redriveraviation is signing off. Alrighty, so that will do it for the full trip, everybody. I want to thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys watched all 5 hours, I honestly don't even know what to say, but hopefully you at least broke it up into increments, and if you did enjoy it, I really hope you guys did. It was a phenomenal trip. I was so fortunate to be a part of it. Probably one of the most low-key trips I've ever been on. It was definitely not anything crazy, but it all really added up to a nice, sustained, consistent trip, which was so much fun. I just absolutely love this trip. From old Daytona Beach chaos to all the great spotting at Dallas to all the great flights and views. There was so many spectacular views in this trip. It was absolutely incredible. I'm sure we'll reminiscence on this trip for many years to come. It was an absolute blast with my family, and I really enjoyed producing 5 hours worth of content for you guys. I really hope you guys enjoyed it. The next step is going to be absolutely incredible with the upcoming trip. Obviously, I don't know what I'm going to call it yet, but the Dallas, Nashville, or Bree's inaugural Nashville, Tulsa day trip was absolutely incredible. Expect a lot of buzz to come about that, man. That was literally the perfect way to get back in the flying. So that will run June, July, and August. I really hope you guys are excited for that. Expect more details on that to come, and that will be starting next week, so be on the lookout for it. But nevertheless, I really hope you guys enjoyed the Daytona Beach trip. This was so much fun to produce over the last 5 months. I really hope you guys enjoyed it. So excited for what's to come, and I hope you guys are as well. It's going to be absolutely incredible. It's going to be just insane. I'm so excited for it. So with all that being said, that will do for today's full trip and Daytona Beach trip. What a trip. So excited for what's to come. I hope you guys are as well. It's going to be absolutely awesome, and I'm so excited for it. So with all that being said, that will do for today's video. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed today's video. My name is Redriveraviation. I'd like to thank you guys so much for watching. Take it easy, everybody. Stay safe. Just process. Do what you love and love what you do. My name is Redriveraviation. I want to thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys soon as Redriveraviation is signing off.